every now and again it happens. And then you can have as many foreigners as you want, and they can keep scrolling and talking.
Yeah.
As you awaken to our broadcast to the dulcet tones of Amanda and Graham chatting away next to the Dougals, we welcome you to Sydney Parade on Sunday afternoon to watch Pembroke and Cork County do battle in the Premiership. Pembroke lost the toss and find themselves in the field. This has been reduced to a 42 over game. And next to me in the box today, good afternoon to James Cresswell.
Good afternoon, Craig. Good afternoon, all. Our first ball's about to be bowled. And it's just a loosener down the leg side. First runs on the ball for Cork.
Andrew Bolton is the man with the ball in his hands. Amanda, can you try the different cameras, see if that overlay disappears?
Yeah, we've just got a few technical issues here, folks.
Yeah, well,
He comes through again. Well defended. Just on the offside there, just for the dot ball. As Craig was saying, it's a bit of rain this morning, so the match has been reduced at this stage to 42 overs a side. Drinks at 21.
Oh, nice detail. Oh, you were paying attention when the umpires were speaking. Well, there we go. Opening batsman here, Marison Moore, PJ Moore.
Very experienced player.
Yes, test player. Brings a lot to this Cork County team.
Well, Cork could be hoping for big things from him today. Get a great foundation in place. Even with 42 overs, I wonder what a score they would be looking at. I mean, the ground is in very good nick, as it always has been this whole summer. There has been rain, but the drainage is pretty good here, so it doesn't...
I think the ground has benefited from the rain we had, in the lushness of the outfield there now, but still quick.
Yes.
We saw yesterday in the fifth game just how quickly the ball travels across this ground when it's dry. So
you get value for shots.
You certainly do here at Sydney Parade.
This one well left on the offside there. That's been just letting it go through to the keeper. Pretty aggressive field that got Pembroke today. 2 slips. Very tight field on the ring on the offside. You've got a point, sort of cover, a mid off, and then we have a deep mid on and a mid wicket. And I think you hit that.
I thought I heard wood there.
Yeah, and I think the umpire would probably agree with us. Anyway, the first Lucanesque shout, but you know, they need to warm up. It's not really Lucanesque.
You're going to have to give Lucan a break at this stage, James. They're going to do you for harassment.
Possibly. I was just so impressed.
Well, Bolton now coming in to finish his first over as a second camera in place. It's a good delivery, and we reach the end of Bolton's first over with the score on 1 without loss.
Yeah, good over there apart from the blemish at the start, the loosener. Batter's just assessing the conditions, as you'd expect. Still a bit of grey cloud up there, punctuated by blue sky, so a bit of a mix this morning. We are expecting showers a bit later on in the day. Hopefully they might bypass the ground, but we'll have to keep an eye on proceedings. Now, this is going to be interesting. Paul Lawson's going to open up from the nursery end with his spin. Paul Lawson, who's been very effective with the ball this season, as he always is.
And with the bat.
Oh, you know,
coming in at number 11.
He's always handy to have a number 11 like Paul Lawson. Basically, you could bowl anywhere from, or bat from anywhere from 5 down, really, you think.
Well, I've known him to open as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But
I think he has batted at every position.
that's a nice problem for a captain to have, is to have batting all the way down. But we'll see how that goes later on in the day. At the moment, he's bowling a good tight line, good length. This one is played away to the offside to the covers, and it's fielded for no run. Fielding standards have been very high this season from Pembroke, and they want to keep that going.
They impress me every time I see them training. The precision and the crispness of their fielding is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, they work really hard on those skills, that's for sure.
Paul Lawson, 13 wickets this season.
This one just squirts away off the edge of the bat, gets just behind square, but there is a man there to cut it off and just make sure it's a dot. No, I mean, look, that's a very good, respectable amount of wickets. But what he does is build pressure, and that's probably what contributes to wickets at the other end as well. As you see there, it's a maiden over. 2 down, and it's still 1 for none.
Solid start for Pembroke. They'll be pleased with that. There you go, James. There's Paul Lawson's stats, and he has batted in every single position over his career.
He's versatile.
Now, the bulk of it has been mid to lower order, but he has opened and he has gone in at 3 and 4 and 5. So,
well, what I like also about Paul, especially, is he's a finisher. I've seen quite a few shots, games where he's played amazing shots to get them across the line from, well, you'd think that the opposition should have it in the bag, and he's part of a partnership that pulls that away from the opposition and they go on to win. I've seen him hit some big sixes, especially in Marion and places like that.
This is Paul's 18th season of senior cricket. And, well, he doesn't look old enough to have played 18 seasons.
No, he doesn't.
Still has that youthful enthusiasm about him, especially when it comes to Pembroke cricket.
Oh, absolutely. He's an absolute star for the club. Bolton to continue now. He's had a good start to the over.
Well, after that first extra he conceded, he's been,
very stingy with the runs.
He has. We're into the 3rd over. Just that 1 run scored at the moment. But, again, Cork County won't mind. They haven't lost any wickets, so...
with the calibre of someone like PJ Moore and I'm sure Maris as well, they won't be fazed by this. Just, here we go.
There we go. Oh. He's onto that quickly. Pulled away down to the beginning of Cyril's way. And that slips across, and that ball's going to come back a little bit damp, I feel.
Yeah, it was hit in the air. It was a good catchable height, but he just got it past sort of the mid-wicket region and split the field, and
it was
much-needed runs.
Can I have that sharp knife back again?
Drinking game. Remember we said that's a drinking game.
Into the kidneys.
Good shot, though.
It was a super shot, and it gets Cork pretty much underway, really. First runs off the bat.
This one just played away to the covers, no run.
You were talking about the field earlier on, how tight the off-field is. But then when you see the people who are fielding those 3 positions, oh, for God's sake. Those 3 positions, the train of thought has gone completely now.
Well, what they are very good at too is anticipating where the shot's going to come from, so they can cover a fair bit of distance. And it makes it very hard to penetrate that ring. Another over down, 4 from it. That brings Cork up to 5 for loss of no wicket after 3. And
first lap of the day.
Warning.
Ashley Balboni sliding past.
Sliding like a snail.
Not quite like a snail, but there or thereabouts. Paul Lawson then into his second over. His first was a maiden. Just get the feeling PJ Moore's going to want to... He's seen an over of it now. He's going to want to play a shot or two, which of course will fall into the plans that Paul Lawson will lay. There we go. Single taken, played away on the offside.
It looked like the ball hit the side of the mat there and just sprung over the...
Yeah, there's always a danger with that mat, isn't there?
Yeah, the sort of extra cover fielder there. They'll pick up a single anyway.
You can see Garen Hoey actually has given himself a yard or two as compared to the mat.
Both batsmen off the duck now. That's your first thing you want to do as a batsman.
Yeah.
Get that first run.
Well, I used to know a guy who said it was worse to score 1 or 2. That is the simplest of wickets you're going to see this weekend.
You cannot believe that he's just popped that one back.
It's an absolute plushie.
It's like,
it was so soft.
I didn't even call it then because I thought, that is so soft, that must be a bump ball because no one's... But first wicket down. My goodness, just a caught and bowled there by Paul Lawson. That's the simplest of just I think he wanted to defend that and he just popped it up.
I'm sorry, it's like the ball landed in a pond and there was no ripple.
No.
There was no reaction at all. It was just such a simple, soft... It made you think that... Is that a bump ball?
Well, that's what I thought. I didn't...
It was just so simply taken by Lawson.
The Darryl Eastlake trying to channel him, but all of a sudden it was like, well, whatever.
Whatever, indeed.
And Morris will not be able to believe...
Look.
He cannot believe it. He's just... constant there, just going, oh my goodness, how did that happen?
Oh, I'd be disappointed getting out like that. It's
you don't mind if it's on the boundary and some guys that is at 90 degrees to it like a goalie.
You spend the next hour going, why didn't I actually just hit it?
Yes.
At least make it a challenge, but just to lolly it back like that. Well, Lawson, as we said, he lures batsmen in. That's his 14th wicket of the season. He's doing a good job for his side.
Wow, what a start. I mean, I'd say it would be a much needed wicket.
I could go home and watch sport on TV, you know.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
That's all right.
Nobody brought the cards today, huh?
I did.
No.
I've got my top trump cards. Every player from the 21st century except Sir Don Bradman.
Yeah.
My test average is 90. Oh, you've got Bradman. Okay, here you go.
Right, yeah, exactly.
It's the trump card there. Another over gone then, and it's 6 for 1 from the first 4 overs, and that's the start that Pembroke wanted.
Paul Lawson, 1 for 1.
Oh, actually, I'll just do that.
That is a brilliant start for Pembroke. Can they get another quick 2 or 3? If they do, well, you'd have to think that they're well and truly on top and they'd be sensing victory very early on. But as long as PJ Moore's still out there, Cork have a very good chance of posting the big score. Adrian Antos is to face Bolton. Oh, this one just cut in on him there. Just
beat the inside edge.
Hit the inside edge, and probably just as well because it might have been played back onto the stumps. Went through him completely there.
Oh, he didn't seem to know much about that. Did Moore?
It did take off. There was a lot of shape coming back into the batter there. It's getting a lot of bounce on this wicket, so that saved him as well.
Bolton into his 3rd over. That's a good ball.
Just played away there on the mid-wicket sort of region and no run. Good defensive shot. He's getting some good shape here, Bolton. Bringing it into the batter from off stump to middle stump.
Is it still spilling water from the sky?
Yeah.
Not enough to bring the players off.
Oh, that's a good shot.
And again, same corner again. This time it's Moore putting it down to the car park.
Yeah, that the light of that ball just sits up for them here. It's a bit too short. Just really sits up, good height.
You can't go short here.
No.
Sydney Parade. And also with the weather conditions, one would think ideal for getting swing, and for that you really want a fuller length. But Bolton on this occasion went a bit short, and Moore put him over the ropes.
Well, Moore, who's faced express bowling in his time, I assume, you know, for him, don't bowl short is the lesson there. This one just played the mid-wicket, defended there nicely, and they picked up the boundary for the over. Don't have to do anything silly now.
You can see, despite the rain, and with the effect of the covers, of course, that the wicket's sort of a drier green than those around it.
This one,
He's going to be looking for 2 here.
it's past point.
You see the picture in the top right of your screen. Now, picture in picture. New innovation here on Pembroke Cricket Live.
He's a bit of a genius now, isn't he?
Yes.
Give him a Mars bar, a battery, and copper wire.
McIver Walsh.
Bolton coming in, or gets the edge that time, just squirts out there to point. But it's on the ground, so no damage, just a dot ball. 6 from that over, good over for Cork.
One of our viewers has been on, asking if the overs have been reduced, and we can tell them that yes, it's been reduced to 42 overs a side now, due to the rain break earlier on. And welcome viewer Rupert Heather.
Oh, welcome, Councillor Heather.
Councillor Heather, yeah,
Yes.
we're getting into the political side of the game. Thank you, James.
No, I haven't seen Rupert for a few weekends, and it's always nice to have someone like him tune in.
Great to see him keeping in touch with the club.
Absolutely. Wish he'd come down more. Lawson to continue. This one just played away to the mid-on region. There is a man in the deep. I'll just pick up a single. Starts to look a bit more comfortable for Cork at the moment. They seem to be seen to ball okay. Having said that, probably put the mockers on him. Oh, that one gets through the defences there. And
I thought you'd done it again. Oh, that was in the air for a moment. Certainly the bowler had hopes there. And Rupert's come back and said hi. And thanks for the commentary. So great to have you with us, Rupert.
Touche, absolutely. That one, yeah, good shot that actually in the end. Gets 4 runs. Back live now. And again, out to the same region. This time.
Yeah.
Is
that young Murray doing the fielding there?
Dan.
Nicely played away. Lawson collects his own delivery. Still be nervous. That'll settle the nerves a bit though, being able to take singles like that.
Well, just get it a little bit wider than Lawson, and there's a run there. So that's good. Good cricket. Oh, it's a big shot.
It's in the air.
It's going to be taken. Yeah,
And
it is taken.
is. That is a big wicket for Pembroke. PJ Moore departs for 12. He didn't get hold of it.
No, he looked at the bottom of his bat as he's walking off. He didn't middle that at all. He expected that one to go 6, probably even over the wall.
And instead, Blake was having to run into it because
Yes.
it just really never got going. Even the sound of it, if you go back and listen to it again, even the sound of it would be such that you'd know he hasn't middled
Yeah, he
that.
hasn't middled that at all. And again, at the time, it seemed like a bit of a subdued cheer there from the team. Yeah, he just got underneath. He got on like a wedge shot as opposed to a 3-iron. Well held there.
That's like me, 180 yards to go. Pitching wedge, go another 30.
Yeah. I get value for money when I play golf.
Oh, yeah. These professionals there, and you get 66 goes hitting the ball. Me, hundreds.
I was good once in my youth, and then it's gone downhill dramatically. When you don't play anymore.
No, you lose it.
You've got to play all the time.
Yeah. No, and I could never master a driver. I was too whippy for one of them, and balls just disappear. So I used to go out for a round of golf and not take any woods with me at all. Made the bag a lot lighter. So 2 down, 19 runs on the board, 6 overs done.
Gaunton defends that well. Well, Pembroke will be incredibly confident now. 2 down for 19. And it's still in the power play. I think these two need to stick around and have a bit of a look.
Oh, Bolton nearly squeezing through. You could almost hear the appeal coming there for that delivery. Wasn't to be.
Just played it way to square leg, but there is a player there who swooped on it, made sure there was no run. Not bad conditions now. Not really bright out there, but not dull either. Just kind of good overcast day. Bit of a breeze.
Oh, it's going to be a big appeal there. Umpire
Not having any
strikes
of that.
back.
Yep. Yeah, that was.
Good afternoon, Shauna.
Hi, Shauna. Again, one of the superstars of Irish cricket, walking past, hallowing the ground with her presence. Shauna Catherine.
That was a good shout, for my opinion.
Yeah, but
my opinion means nout.
But I thought that was going drifting down leg enough to be doubtful.
Difference between us, James. I think it was umpire's call on both accounts, and the umpire gave it not out.
But
so I've no disagreement, no truck with him. I'm not bemoaning the fact he didn't give it out or anything. No, it was just looked like a good shout.
Just needed an inch to the left. Maybe it's a bit high as well. I don't know. Anyway, it was not out. Move on.
Yep. Story told. 2 relatively new batsmen to the crease now, numbers 3 and 4.
Oh, that's well played. Just off his legs. Gets off the square leg, but there is a man there again. Dot ball.
Bolton into his 4th over now.
Back to building this pressure, which forces those false shots, I suppose. These two need to get to the 10 overs without losing another wicket. That'd be the first milestone, I would have thought. That's a good shot, but it's just straight to mid-on, who makes sure there's no run. Another maiden.
Yeah, I think we saw it yesterday with the 5th game, and I think we're going to see it again today. Is these two kind of need to take this a lot deeper.
Yeah,
we are only at a 42 over game, he says, marking that off. Drinks will be at 21, and here we are with 7 overs gone, 14 to go to Drinks, but you've got to be thinking that's our first target, is get there without losing too many wickets and picking up singles here and there. But put away the big artillery for the moment and hopefully be able to use that later on. Wickets are just going to be so important for Cork now. They won the toss and decided to bat. They must have thought that they would have a good batting lineup. Yeah.
Well, you want to... The job now is, to see off the opening bowling attack, get to the change bowlers. Little steps as you go, landmarks as you go away. Whether it's first 10, then the change bowlers, and then...
Because I can't see Pembroke at this stage sort of getting to the 10th over and then spreading the field. No. There's no need to. They can still attack here, and Cork can still feel the pressure.
That's a nice shot, just played away to the mid-on region. There's no mid-on, it's long on there, so if you can get past the bowler, there's a single.
One of the easier singles to take. Good afternoon to Kieran Sharp. Sure, Kieran is recognised in that last delivery.
Oh, that's great fielding there. He is very good at fielding these off his own bowling.
Yeah, and not only did he get down to it, He actually held it. Very easy to get down to those to parry them or something, but to actually grab it with your
Control
hand.
it.
Yep. Slower delivery from Lawson on this occasion. He thought it was going to get through. Cry of anguish. Of course, it's Uncle Paul today. We met young Michael Lawson earlier on.
Nephew, yeah. Oh, that one just squeezes past the outside edge.
I think it was more difficult not to hit the bat than it was to hit the bat there, and Lawson managed it. It's another good over. Just the one run coming from it. 20 for 2 now.
At this stage, I'd like to give a shout out to Nikki Bell if she's watching.
And if she's not, you can
You
say
watch it
whatever
later
you
on.
want.
Yeah. I just hope she is feeling better soon. She's not in 100% form at the moment, I understand. So if you're listening, our thoughts are with you. And we hope to see you down here at Pembroke in the very, very near future. Bolton to continue. It's a good line. Oh, wow. Did well to miss that, actually.
Bolton really settling into his role now in the absence of Byron McDonough.
Yeah, if he can keep that line and length, it's going to trouble the batsman. You just get a little bit of movement left or right on there, and that could be a wicket-taking ball. This one defended nicely.
Nah. Yeah. Manda, the one over there.
Oh, that one there. No, I think
that was
height and going down leg. Good shout though. Bit of excitement there for the
Coordinated
film.
shout.
Coordinated shout.
There was no sort of half-hearted shouting here.
Yeah,
But
that's too high down leg.
But apart from that,
Wasn't even close. Anyway, nice shout though. Always good to warm up the tonsils, the voice box, in anticipation of a few more. This one defended nicely as well. That's a great line and length. Keeps hitting that area. It's going to make it very difficult for the batter to score. Starting to get a little bit of a sprinkle across the ground now. Rain showers are sort of going to be. We are getting a little bit on the console. Oh, fished for that one and did well not to get anything on it. Struggling to find a bit of. Let it get his nerves settled here. This Gauntham. It's always tricky when you've got a bowler who's making you play, but you just can't get the width to get a shot. What you can do is defend and just have a good old look.
well, that's it, isn't it? You're kind of stuck there, and Andrew is bowling exceptionally well. He's not giving any loose deliveries.
Well, it's not a
he learned his lesson earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah, when he boundary quite severely.
2 boundaries to the car park, and since then he's just really tightened up on his line. Just up.
Yeah. We just thought you'd give you the dulcet tones of the weather.
Yeah.
But enough of that. So,
Well,
another over there.
thank you, James.
20 for 2 off 9.
Not a maiden. That was AB.
That was 5, wasn't it?
Yep.
It's going to be. Well,
Now, when he's got a towel,
the rain is coming down, as you can see on your screen there. If you can see it on your screen, it's considerably heavy here in
real life.
Dukes, yeah. It's going to make it slippery for the ball. That one is just drifting down leg.
The only thing I can think of is the umpires think this is just a passing shower.
Yeah, by the time they get the... well, it's pretty torrential. Dale's sitting there, not with no big smile on his face.
Dale's putting a coat on.
Yeah,
Then you know it's
crazy.
bad.
Oh, there's still one in there. This is the rubbish.
It'll make it very difficult to keep control of the ball, one would feel.
You watch, Lawson will be back to his towel again.
Yeah. The liquid sunshine is now coming down quite heavily, but again, they might be right. It might be just a shower. This one down leg, and it's played nicely around the corner. Are they going to pick up full runs? Yes, they get to the boundary, and they pick up a 4. 26 for 2 now. Just missed it.
Hey, they're going.
It was 2 for 22, but now it's 26 for 2. And yeah, this quick shower business is not going to happen, so they decided to bring the covers on. I think it's a wise move. And the thunder is huge out here. You can hear it in the background. Or was that a train? We'll keep you guessing, but yeah, it's almost time to start to think about building an ark, I think, out there.
Yeah, serious rain coming down now. Well, it's going to be a while before they make it back again.
It's kind of missed. It was difficult to get the line right for.
Oh dear, that's worse than yesterday.
That's pretty bad parking, but anyway, they're working on it. Anyway, they're happy.
Hear the rain?
They don't need to hear it. Makes everyone want to
Yeah.
go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, it is raining and raining quite heavily. It's a heavy shower
Yeah.
at James's coat.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much.
What we need now is the old mics, and we just put one in the middle of the table and just chat.
Yeah, one of those podcast mics.
Yeah. I was going to say, one of the old microphones just hanging down there would do it. Anyway.
We knew there'd be showers today, but this is a very heavy downpour.
I think it's easing off now.
It'll stop just as they get
There
all
we
the
go.
hoses out.
There we go. Let's get those hoses out and,
Stop.
well, leave them to it.
Just need a bit of a super soaker. Super soaker.
Oh, no,
Things just start to get.
that's going inside.
We need to get some silicone or something in there one day. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
It'll be raining in Ireland.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, get one of those.
After this, we might be okay.
Yeah. Oh, I just don't think that's
yeah.
going to be a major problem.
No, it's almost Fargo now.
The strange thing for me in this is, in this Premiership game, the muted celebrations of both wickets.
Oh, it has been muted. You know, if you weren't listening, you wouldn't know there's a wicket fallen there.
Yeah.
You weren't watching, I should say.
Yeah.
If you're listening, yeah.
Paul Lawson's caught and bowled was the most casual sort of thanks for throwing the ball back to me, almost.
You just assumed it was a bump ball.
And
Well, I thought it was a bump ball because of that reaction. I thought, I'm sure he kicked it up, but there must be a bump ball I've missed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
well, I tried to be healthy with the watermelon, but now I've gone donut and chocolate.
Oh, the food groups. Dairy.
I missed breakfast this morning.
Wow.
Now, gents, move down the bench and give Amanda access.
Well, it's a dream start for Pembroke, though. 9.4 overs and they're 26 for 2. Paul Lawson, the captain, leading wicket taker at the moment. 15 for 2 off 4.4. Fantastic start for him and for his team. Oh, Cork must be feeling a bit despondent, but you know they've got lots of batting. And just the question now of will this game be reduced by any more overs? It depends on how.
Oh, well, yeah, every 8 minutes.
Yeah, because the rain's just got heavier again. We thought it might have had a bit of a respite coming through, but now the second wave has hit again.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I can see blue skies in the distance. Probably a heat wave across the road in Railway.
That'd be a first.
No play across the road.
But right at the moment, we're suffering with, well, what I would call a downpour. It's given the players a bit of a break.
As optimistic people say, it's good for the garden.
Yeah.
It's good for the garden every second day, apparently.
For every shower, there grows a flower. There's a really useless... Oh. Anyway, rain still coming down. Players have taken to the safety of inside. As you can see, covers protecting the wicket.
And that's probably singly one of the most uninteresting shots you can sit there and watch with a cup of tea.
Yeah. So
Fascinating.
James,
Isn't it?
when did you join Pembroke?
When did I join Pembroke? I think it was 2009. Yeah, so I've been here about 15, 16 years.
Yeah.
In fact, that's when I applied, you were the person who responded. That's really weird. I applied to all the clubs or most of the clubs in the region.
Oh, it may have even been earlier than 09 then.
And they obviously had heard about me, and so no one replied, except for yourself. And I've been here ever since.
Oh, my Google search didn't turn up anything, so I thought, why not?
Garda vetting isn't as good as
An Australian who plays cricket. Yeah, we'll have one of them.
Yeah, you'll do. And Samuel Seagull's out there inspecting the ground, looking for any worms. Maybe a few might come up now.
Yeah, we'll see Sammy later on. Had a very entertaining evening, actually, with the seagulls in the vicinity.
Oh, yeah.
We were up at the bar, having packed everything away, and Con came out with the sandwiches that hadn't been eaten at tea. It was almost a full tray. So everybody tucked in and had what they wanted, etc. And then Amanda started it off. Doesn't eat her crusts. Expects them cut off, to be honest. Disappointed that they're not cut off. And she started spreading them on the grass just in front of us in the bar, up in Michael Sharp Corner. Well, the seagulls, I don't know how they communicate, but quickly, word spread that there was free bread in Pembroke. Well, there was one seagull who was obviously Daddy Seagull. He whenever he went near anyone else, they left. But they distracted him, and somebody else swooped in from behind and grabbed half a sandwich, and then Daddy was... it was the most entertaining thing about the day, apart from Sid's 91 and his Gorton Bold. But, yeah, great fun. It was almost like, go on, let's go set up the gazebo again, because this is great TV.
Put your best David Attenborough accent on. Off you go.
Yeah, so that was last night's entertainment. It was either that or else the LPGA is on at the moment, and some of the weather there seemed quite horrendous on corners of that course. I did see one drive hit down a fairway and thought to myself, that's the shot I can play. As it went 30 yards
to the left, it is.
Yeah, absolute horrid topping it.
It's quite comforting seeing
Yeah.
from time to time.
Yeah, they're human too. It's like watching Kim take 15 on a hole. Just went into the woods and yeah. But it makes them seem human and us seem that we're not that far off being really good. But we are, of course.
Dale just making sure that he can get every inch of the ropes, of the pipes out there, so keeps the... Well, you know, it's a bit pointless sort of saying you can keep the square dry.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, gives him something to do.
When are we going to get one of those hover covers?
Or just, instead of like the roller, have one of those just or big foam roller. Just goes out and soaks it all up.
A dome.
Well, it does actually sound like pretty much 99.9% recurring of the rain has stopped.
Oh.
There's no more rain forecast, chaps.
Fantastic. We've heard it by good authority that that may be the last rain. It's no more rain forecast.
It's
We live in hope.
It's your use of the words good authority.
Yeah.
Are we on Norwegian
another 50 for Amy Hunter. She's in some form at the moment. Great player.
Well, over in England, India playing the first test in Leeds in Headingley. India having made 4-7-1 in their first innings. England in reply now. Well, they're 119 behind and 4 wickets remaining. 100 for Pope. Brooke not out 68. Just went from 70 to 68.
Right.
So England doing well there. Graham's keeping an eye on the interprovincial stuff.
Hey, Graham.
Some play around the grounds.
Rain,
Kieran Sharp sent me this during the week.
forecasters for no more, so that's
Question is,
From
how many
Sydney.
overs do they reduce next? Probably get 40 maybe? Well, 41.
2 less, I'd say. 38, 39.
And you used the phrase earlier today,
Right.
and I said, and that phrase is for Kieran Sharp in Sydney. And he's come back and said, I don't know whether you were sledging James or me.
Yeah, we'd love to have a few cliches that we.
Refer to back. The reason why they're cliches is because they're true.
Yeah, and then some just they're just to annoy the rest of the commentators, like much needed boundary at this stage, and
I really wouldn't be sitting like that, James, using that phrase at the moment.
just using it as an example, not sort of Your Honour.
Yeah.
So the only game without a ball being bowled is Railway Phoenix.
It's probably snowing in Railway.
I was over there earlier on.
It was lovely.
Both sides were warming up, as you have to in Park Avenue, putting on coats.
The great thing
Thermals.
is after a match, you don't need an ice bath.
Well, it's the only team I know that they get ice jackets with their logo on it, isn't it? You know, those ski jackets.
Okay.
So, allegedly.
What is your favourite away ground?
Fields.
Apart from Sydney Parade 2,
Mardyke.
no, probably I really like
No, never played that.
Malahide in their second ground. I think I've always enjoyed playing out there.
Yeah.
And I obviously Clontarf is another ground that's quite fun. If you get some, if you're batting facing downhill, you can get some really good value for your shots.
What about College Park?
No, I've loved that ground, but I've only played there twice, and I've got a duck both times. And it's just one of those ones psychologically damaged from that.
There's a lot of grounds you shouldn't be mentioning.
Yeah, it's probably not unique in that path, but at least the others have got runs at, I actually do like I like Phoenix.
Yeah.
I think that's a nice ground as well. I haven't played in civil service for many years, so I've forgotten what that's like. But
It used to be a very bouncy track, and it's since they turned it 90 degrees, it's just died. It's just keeps low and everything,
Coming in, and his run-up started at the boundary.
Right.
And he'd run in from when you're 12, when you're 13.
Didn't necessarily have to be in civil service.
Yeah, but when you faced Ray Stapleton,
Anywhere.
14,
Yeah.
he was quick.
Right.
He did. Another man who has a 10 for.
What'd you do?
Well, I think
Ah,
yeah, you're on. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez. No, it's just playing games here. Thank goodness it's you, not me. But no, the other ground I do like is Cork's Mardyke. I think that's
My favourite.
without a doubt.
the Richard Beamish Cricket Grounds.
It's a great ground there. I was a member there for about 4 years. While I was working down. So I was working down there for 4 years, so I joined that club so I could play during the week. And then I come up here and play on the weekends.
Yeah.
It's a great ground.
You're
I
in
was
the-
only going for ones you played in though.
I did.
You
Oh, he's
I
played,
played there, I
he's
played
played
there.
for Mardyke.
You're lucky. You've got to play there.
Yeah, I've got played there every week.
Halverstown.
Yeah.
Ground.
Halverstown, I remember playing in rain worse than this, and then coming at the tee and them saying, we'll go out when it stopped raining. And we said, no, you'll go out now. We've fielded in that rain. You
Yeah.
can field in that rain.
That's right. Here's a cup of Harden.
Oh, yeah.
I like the hills as
I
well.
like the barn as well. Just like the idea of a Dutch barn being converted to cricket use like
Yeah,
that.
that's it. I like the hills for both their grounds, and also the tees are second to none.
The best, or if we're on to tees now, KBRC up on the hill, the away dressing room over that side, the scoreboard here, and then the home dressing room and tea room on this side. It sloped away dreadfully. We lost Peter Davey one game down there. We were playing a cup semi-final, and you actually had to shout, "It's coming your way," because he was down in the dip. But a lovely ground. KBRC up on the hill.
Where's that?
Man of War, not Brack, and that sort of thing. That was because the tea was a salad.
All right.
They came out and the trestle table was just covered down, and the salad,
So no stodgy sandwiches
slice
or
of
anything.
ham,
Yeah.
half.
Great teas. You mentioned them, James. Civil service.
Yep, they catered it out. They catered it out, but they turn up with.
You're forgetting Clontarf
No, no.
ground away.
Oh, that's the best tea. Do you remember
St.
Anne?
St.
Is it Anne? St. Anne? No, in the school, Mount Temple.
Mount Temple, yeah.
No,
that
but
was
what
good.
happened was we were playing Clontarf away, Mick Lowe's team, that level, and next minute, Wendy
That's right.
Wendy turned up, opens the back of a tiny little car, which I would to this day say is the TARDIS. She pulled out a gazebo, trestle tables, and then food to beat
Banquet.
the band. It was an absolute banquet. She spoilt us rotten that day. There was sausage roll, and they're all still hot, and
Yeah, I know.
chicken legs, and the whole thing. A marvellous tea, and couldn't do enough for you. It was the best tea, yeah.
And I don't want
Blow your own trumpet.
to give one of our commentators a paper cut and pour lemon juice into it, but I really enjoyed YM's ground too. It was a lovely flat ground. It was beautiful, big, spacious ground, and you got value for your shots there too.
With the old pavilion,
Yeah.
the tennis courts, no artificial,
I didn't play there since 2000.
and the
Oh, we got yeah.
and the long trough in the gents, which had
The splintered showers.
yeah.
A long room.
But
I ran a 4 and a 3 there once because it was such a big.
It really was before the apartments and everything. Yep,
It was a huge-
those are my memories. Remember winning a Whelan Cup final around there. No, YM Salva. The first year of the YM Salva. The first year of the YM Salva, we won that. It was an invitational event at that stage. It wasn't a CL sanctioned. It was the four. I think it was the four Sandymount clubs. Yeah, and then and we won it that year. Yep. Sure.
Amanda presented that for years for us.
I won it. I
Mother
won it.
presented it to Philip Byrne
I won it in
the day after Aiden's
No,
funeral.
03.
Yeah, that was an emotional day. That was.
Emotional day.
Aidan was secretary of the club, and he passed away through cancer. And the
Right.
day after he passed away, we had the YM Salva final in Claremont Road. And Pembroke were in it because Philip Byrne was captain of the thirds, and he'd
Right.
gotten there and everything. That was probably one of the most emotionally charged games, because there were still people who hadn't heard about Aidan, and they were only hearing about it at the final. And you know,
Was he a player?
player. He used to play on the thirds for
but
years.
sorry, was he playing on that? Supposed to play that day? Or?
No.
Oh,
No, he
Of course,
was
he'd been sick.
sick
Cancer, sorry,
beforehand.
He'd been sick, yeah, right.
But he'd been third team player for donkey's years, Aidan. Wouldn't really go down to the fourths, but was never going to get called up to the seconds either. He was one of the fixtures along with Dave Keenan and Henno Garvey. It was a legends team, really. Yeah, so that was a charged final.
Another great ground for.
One that's disappointed me since they upgraded is Leinster. It used to have such style with the old pavilion in the corner, and such the old scoreboard and memories out there. And then when they said, "Oh, we're building a brand new," it was almost height of the Cold War result. Where'd you
Yeah.
get your plans from? Oh, this Russian sold them to
Yeah.
me. It's just.
That's right.
And it's a shame because they do have a nice balcony up there, and the balcony out of the bar is tiny. They could do with expanding that a little bit.
It's actually quite difficult to watch from the balcony, even because you're.
Turn sideways.
You're
Yeah, but they've got that whole wall, just a whole wall. Surely they can bracket some
Yeah, it's
scaffolding onto the side of that.
Yeah, it's very cultural revolution, wasn't it?
Balcony, watching cricket, the top of the balcony is right in your eye line.
Yeah.
They've got a big steel
Yep.
Plus, you can't see down towards the new scoreboard side.
No.
Tricky.
Yeah.
So that's my most disappointing changeover ground.
Has anybody seen the Phoenix?
Yes, I was there on Thursday.
And what is it like? What are the changes?
Be nice.
Here we go.
Gloves are coming off.
No, I'm just from an aesthetic look. The inside is beautiful. They've
What have they
redone.
done?
Gorgeous.
They've
I don't know
redone
what they've done.
Dressing rooms, bathrooms,
disabled
lovely
toilets.
disabled toilets.
It's
It's
absolutely
fabulous.
brand new.
Yeah.
Really
They've-
good for cricket.
Okay, you know how the front used to be?
Yeah.
They've gotten rid of the whole front, and it's now tarmacaded with a ramp. It's just like a hill. So there's
Okay.
no steps. It's kind of like a
And there's
little
no
hill.
grass?
No, it's tarmac.
I think it's
And they've gotten rid of
very
the railings.
viewer friendly now. I
And
think
they've got a wall
Right.
step, so you can sit on the
you
wall.
can sit on the wall. It's lovely.
So
I think.
there's no, and they're actually they're crest in the tarmac as well.
I hope our viewers are hearing this conversation.
The other way,
Yeah,
first
Yeah.
I would agree.
If not,
Yeah.
just turn up louder.
Yeah.
It's tarmac.
Oh, say the changing room.
Yeah.
As I say, a microphone in the middle of the table is
Yeah.
what we need here.
And it's
That's
rails. No,
Oh.
it's
We'll put the
rails.
request in.
It's all level.
Niall's been inside, made himself a coffee.
Got rid of the pillars, all the pillars.
And
I have to get one myself in a minute.
Yeah, they've kept them.
Well, I think, James, you and I should actually step aside and let the
Yeah,
two
we-
boys in.
I think we
It's a
should.
good time to do it. There's no cricket on at the moment. And
Yeah.
then the world can hear what Graham has to say about Phoenix.
Yes.
Look, the inside's pretty.
And I'll get the lawyer on standby.
Yeah.
It's just,
And speed dial.
It's just different.
just different.
But I like the other
Well,
ground
the
that I do
one
like
you
is
can
Rush.
sit there and score.
That's always
I've
fun.
always enjoyed Rush.
Rush.
You know where the scoreboard
Just to
is?
watch
I
there as
love,
well, but also to
the
play.
the different styles of the two buildings.
Yes.
The changing room and the sort of chapel,
But you can sit
Yep.
there
and teas in the chapel, and then the bar.
Yeah, it's
I-
great.
I-
It's a
and a
great
bit of
setup
decking out the side, and the vagaries of the ground. It's very long side to side and very short
end to end.
end to end.
Yeah.
But that's part of the attraction.
Yeah.
And having to deal with, as a batsman, I want to put it down to that boundary because it's the shortest one.
All I want to
Or-
play straight and try and go over that head and
Yeah.
get a boundary that way.
So, and I've always
Yeah. And now they're
enjoyed the
giving
passion of the Rush
have a lease now with
games.
Fantastic.
If you want a good, hard game of cricket,
999 years.
but fair,
Yeah, they've always been fair from when I've been there.
making a play.
a game that you come off, whether you've won or lost, but you come off going, that was fun.
Yeah, good contest that one. Yeah.
You know, we give up our weekends, some of us more of the weekend than others, but we give up our weekends for this game. And so if you go out and you play a game and it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth, that bad taste is in your mouth for the whole week.
Yeah.
You know, it takes you till nets to get it out or whatever, you know. But sometimes you can have a game and it just lifts your entire season, whether it's because you're chasing another game as good or because you just reflect and go, yeah, that was good fun. The rain is back again now. The covers are back on again now. Well, I don't think they've ever come off.
No, I think there was a movement in
More
that
rain?
direction, but no.
I don't think this will do Pembroke's hopes of the title too much good. Now, we benefited last year by playing civil service in a game like this where it just... I mean, what was the cut-off time here today? It was something like 4:30, wasn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah, 26 minutes past 4 is the cut-off time, I think,
And they're giving.
for a game.
No result.
And if your back is to the pavilion,
So
okay, we'll
let's...
back straight across.
Niall's now reading.
Chunk of land they're getting.
26 minutes
Where
past
the
4.
kids play football.
Yeah.
Each time for the
Down towards the paper cross. basically.
For add-ons.
First innings.
Yeah.
Down towards civil service.
Anyway, Niall will interpret those. He
Yeah.
likes those things.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, so that's first innings. And I suppose if there's rain till then, there's no result.
Yeah, so we'll vacate. No, Graham, you'll keep the notes up to date. And we're going to make way for the two of you in one fell swoop because there's no kind of play at the moment.
Well, when the play comes back on, will we stay on air or go off air?
Just chat away. People all seem to be.
Much easier.
It's our first stint of the day, Heatley.
Sure is, Graham. And good afternoon to you and good afternoon to our listeners on this sort of dank,
An Irish cricket day.
drab, classic Irish cricket day. Good description. Yeah.
We're in for a long one.
Yeah, because you and I were just looking at our radar forecast there a few minutes ago, and it doesn't look as if there's much more to come.
No, we will get a game today. It's just going to be
What length?
patience. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we're expecting another reduction.
well, I think there will be.
Yeah. They've lost their half-hour grace
Yeah.
before the start of play even began, when it was reduced to 42 overs. So we've expected probably at this stage 38 overs, maybe less. So I don't know. Paul Lawson keep on bowling all the way through. Get through as many overs quickly as possible.
I'm sure that very thought is going through the skipper's mind, because to me it makes sense.
Yeah. I get Gavin Hoey on, get as much, because I suppose from Cork County's point of view, they'll have to think about attacking nearly.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost 2 early wickets. The great danger man.
PJ.
Yep. Such a good cricketer as PJ Moore, a wonderful cricketer.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed in how he got out earlier. Soft enough for him, shot half an anger rather than a full-blown strike.
There are few cricketers I like watching more when in full flow than PJ Moore. He's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, he's had some good days in Leinster cricket,
Oh, yeah.
but yeah, you can't see it on the screen, but we can see brightness and blue, which while the rain comes down beside us and dribbles into the gazebo. So there's positives out there.
It's just that heavy drizzle at present.
Yeah.
Probably even slightly or heavier than a drizzle.
Oh yeah, enough to definitely keep the covers on.
Oh, absolutely.
No,
Yeah.
I presume, silly things like drinks and stuff won't be
Yeah.
a thought in the umpires' minds
Yeah.
come 20 overs or 25 overs at this stage. So, yeah, we're just...
Well, we've had such a lovely week, and we've so many big cricket matches coming up now over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Yeah, double header. Is it next weekend?
The big one in Clontarf.
The big one,
north of the river. Yeah.
north of the river, and that is a biggie.
Yeah, the league game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Followed by the quarter-final of the All-Ireland. The All-Ireland.
Yeah.
On Sunday. Yeah.
2 good sides, Graham. Two very good
sides.
Yeah.
Even today, just looking at it, Clontarf are in Anglesey Road against Marion, and 23 off 3 overs. Again, they've been obviously suspended as well at the moment. So, yeah, Clontarf, they have their up and down moments, but there's so many good players in that side.
Yeah,
when they hit form, like it's going to be a well matched game, both days. Of course, Clontarf last season, Pembroke had the famous tie there. On
Remember
the
it
way,
well.
it was a great day. Going down to the last over, and some magical moments. It led both ways. Pembroke had it won, then Clontarf had to have it won, and then wickets at the end, and it's a tie.
It's what we love about cricket.
Yeah,
A day like that. Oh, I remember that day particularly well.
good sunny one
Yeah.
as well.
Oh, it'll be
Going in, is there? No,
fingers crossed if we get
nothing going in.
a dry
Yeah.
sort of sunny weekend. It promises to be. I don't think I'm doing it an injustice when I say a battle really of 2 titan teams within Leinster, Graham.
Oh, absolutely.
two-
Both teams close to the top of the
Yeah,
league.
absolutely.
We're hoping for 200 great overs in the
Yep.
weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the Pembroke hat on, you're hoping for 2 good wins
Yeah.
to march along.
Yep.
From Pembroke's point of view, it'll be a question of who's available.
Yeah. What side is playing? Yeah. Absolutely.
I would say you'd have to say they were a little bit lacking on Friday nights against Leinster in the batting, and a bit of maybe experience in the bowling. It was great to see Ollie Riley back.
It was, yeah,
He
terrific.
fouled with some growth pace.
He did.
Oh, he looked like he grew.
I was going to say the exact same.
He didn't need to
How-
grow anymore.
How big of a guy is he now?
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
Did you go with the Baileys?
Yeah, so for those of you who are joining us this afternoon,
Hello to Saoirse and Brady. And everyone else out there, yeah.
no rain in Dunleary. Dunleary.
Yeah. Well, like, if we look at the games that are being played in Leinster at the moment in the Premier League, the North side games have been underway and playing. And most of them are like halfway through their first innings. The Hills North County game, Rush are batting against Leinster in Kenure, and they're all halfway through the first innings. So,
Well, if you look out now, that's the first.
you can see it brightening even on screen,
Absolutely.
and it's good drawing weather.
Yeah,
It's heat.
Yeah,
There's
and
heat.
plenty of breeze there. You look at
Yeah.
the trees to our right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Niall has just informed us that the sun has broken through.
Yeah.
I see James and Craig and now Niall, as they move, have a shadow following them. So that's a good sign.
Yeah. But speaking of big, we've of course a big one coming up next month in Pembroke. The International on the 20th should be a good day as well.
No, cracker.
Hope to see. Well, we're hoping to see at least 3 Pembroke players on show in Orla, Sarah, and Lulu.
Yeah.
But it'll be a great, day.
Yeah.
Here at
Yeah.
Pembroke. Buy
Well,
your
there's-
tickets if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we cast our minds back to this time last year, the women's internationals that were played here, how good were they?
Ah.
Absolutely fantastic.
And it's a great day because again, being here, it's a nice little kind of safe box, and the kids run around.
Oh,
and
it's
they're-
lovely. Sure,
yeah,
it's lovely.
They're lovely
Lovely.
days. Again, sunshine, please. That's all we want.
Yeah,
And some good
fingers
play.
crossed. And
But we can see Dale out there now having a survey with the coach.
and I would have thought the umpires will perhaps make their way out pretty shortly,
Yeah.
just to have a look at how things are. Yeah, the pipes are being tucked up, which is always a good sign.
What would your kind of scoreline be now? Are we thinking?
Well, I think I'm right in saying it had been reduced to a 42 over game.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was a guessing man, I'd take another.
4.
Yeah. So I'd say we're down to sort of 36, 7, 8 overs. And you would have thought Cork would want to post 180, 90, 200.
They would like to.
Yeah.
I can't see them with
Yeah.
that start.
Yeah.
I would say, because again, Pembroke have a lot of options now today. Mark Berry, Gavin Hoey. Obviously, there's JJ, in there. There's a few options with the ball. But again, what do you think would be minimum? Look, Tim Tector back in the side. JJ at the top of the order. That's a destructive.
For me, I'm. Forgive me for saying it with my surname, but I don't think there's a better opening pairing in Irish cricket right now at club level.
So far
Would
this
you agree?
season, look, obviously it's when they hit form, but for 2 batters in the power play, I don't think anyone hits more. When
Yeah.
they get going,
Yeah.
they've showed it already this season, especially that Phoenix game. Imperious would be an understatement in the way they played, and they battled so well together. They're
Well,
calling.
I think what they've done quickly is build up a really good understanding of one another's game.
Yeah.
So the thing that has impressed me most, I'd have to say, is when one of them is going, the other is more than happy to give the strike.
Yeah.
And we've seen that with both JJ setting the place alight and the same with Tim.
Yeah, I think
You know.
it's yeah. I know this is only club cricket, but there doesn't seem to be any egos, which is great to see, because even when Balbo came in, last weekend, and JJ sitting back and watching that beautiful masterclass with the 2 centuries, they seem to recognise, like you say, when one's going well, let him do his thing. Give him the strike.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's been that for me has been the sort of one enormously impressive
And with a strong
facet of their game.
Well, like that, I wouldn't want to bowl at them.
No. They can hurt you very quickly.
And like that, if they do give the start, it's some middle order to follow.
Oh.
You know.
Well, I'd be fascinated. You were talking about the game, particularly next Sunday, this day week. The starting 11 will be fascinating because
it's one of the great kind of talking points
it
amongst
is,
everyone.
Yeah, of course,
what's your best 11?
Yeah.
Who's your best 11? It's such a hard thing for the selectors and the skipper to put down on paper when they have everybody.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong, I'm not sure, but I do think everyone is available.
And I would say certainly all the Irish players, I mean, they all have publicly expressed their love of the Irish Senior Cup. There's not a cricketer on the island who doesn't love that competition.
You want to win it.
You want to win it.
Yeah. Well,
it is still.
You just want to play it because you don't get to play these guys every week.
Yeah. It's still, for me, the premier competition on the island.
Yeah.
And it's the one that all the players want to win. You know,
it's something you don't like that. Actually, for me, that's why I have to say the North County side of the early noughties was so special, because to win 4 back to back, it's hard to win 1.
Yeah.
But to back it up, you know, that's why that side was so good.
That was just a phenomenal side.
Yeah.
When you think of it.
So many players like Pembroke have had some really good teams these last few years, and they haven't managed to win it.
Well, I think of, forgive me for wearing my YM hat for a minute, Graham, but when I think in our pomp, when we had 6 internationals, we never won an All Ireland.
Yeah, Louis doesn't have one.
Just an update from the umpires. Reduced down to 36.
Oh, we're reduced to 36 overs.
The game will go. They'll finish it at 16:40.
16:40. Yeah.
10 to 5.
Yeah.
At the latest. Next power play will start at 29.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we are.
Okay, and the overs for the bowlers, did he say? No.
9.
But I would say if it's 36 overs, 5 bowlers, 8s and 7s.
They can ring it up and
Yeah.
work it out and
Yeah. So we're reduced to a 36 over match per side.
More or less what we said,
Yeah.
really. Yeah.
So, well, a good T20 is 180 these days. So, well, it's tough now for the county batsmen because they have to reset themselves now when they come back out.
And again, a different mindset is required now. And yeah, but getting back to the Irish Senior Cup, and I think of saying, you know, we had a side similar to Pembroke nowadays where we had 6 internationals. But I always felt because YM never played Sunday cricket for the bulk of its existence, the Irish Senior Cup was a Sunday competition, if you remember.
Yeah.
And so therefore we played all our Irish Senior Cup matches midweek.
Yeah.
And in those days, people getting time off work was just very difficult.
Oh,
Didn't
very
happen to the extent as it does now.
No, you'd have to be very lucky with your
So,
employer.
Can you name for me, there's a question, can you name for me the 6 YMers who played? You've already mentioned one who played for Ireland.
Dunlop.
That's 1.
Dunlop.
Alan Lewis.
Oh, Alan Lewis. Angus Dunlop.
2.
McCready.
Nope.
No, he didn't play.
Mark Nolte,
Mark
3.
Nolte. Okay.
Keith Bailey, 4.
Okay.
Stuart Taylor, 5. Jonathan Garth, 6.
Oh, John. I keep forgetting John. Yeah. Yeah. That's
And then we had South Leinster stalwarts in Eamon Masterson, Clive Davis, Ian Burns.
But isn't that the key?
Amanda would remember all those names very well.
Isn't that the key, though, to a great side? It's not, say,
Yeah, absolutely.
you always have a couple of internationals on a big team, but it's that next level down. Because again, looking across the road when Marion had a dominating period as well, they were players just below, and they were filled with
mighty fine cricketers.
mighty fine cricketers.
Yeah. So true that.
Yeah.
It's a really valid point.
Like
Yeah.
the name's just escaping me at the moment, but the skipper of that North County team.
Well, John Mooney skippered and Paul
Yeah.
Mooney skippered.
Yeah. Oh no, but it was the wicket keeper. Big unit of a guy. It's gone. It's gone. But of course, yeah, with Bota on a team, anyone would have him.
Connor Armstrong.
That's it. That's who I was thinking of. Connor Armstrong.
Great player.
Great player.
Oh, fantastic player.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, to win an Irish Senior Cup now, yes, you've got to have the talent. Of course you do, and that's a prerequisite. But you've got to get a little bit of luck as well,
Very much
you
so.
know, because it's such a tough competition. And we throw into the mix as well, Graham, the National Cup,
Yeah.
which in my opinion has been the great success story in Irish senior cricket.
Has,
It's
hasn't
just
it?
brilliant.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant competition.
It's letting so many other clubs have that wonderful experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, great clubs who house many great cricketers. You know, so
Yeah. I was like that. I was a member of a junior club when I started playing. Never achieved senior status. Well, not until recent years. And at the time when I was, just starting off, they were just below. So senior 2, as it was back then, just below senior. But had some great players who moved on to other clubs and did play senior.
oh yeah.
You know,
course.
John Stevenson, who moved to Carlisle.
Yeah.
You had the Kyos, and I was sorry, this is from Norcal there. And
Walsh he played
Ian
for.
Walsh
yeah,
played for
North.
Marion.
He did,
Yeah,
yeah.
he went on to play in Marion. So,
Yeah.
and if they had had a national cup, it would have been so good for them to
Yeah.
have had that experience. Yeah,
But no, it is one of the great competitions, the National Cup. But this all started by us discussing next Sunday Pembroke against Clontarf. And again, I suppose Clontarf have been slightly favoured this year by not having,
losing players.
yes,
Yeah.
correct,
yeah.
by not having internationals there.
And I think that's why Marion did have that little purple patch. They had players that were good. John Anderson,
That's superb.
Don
player.
Joyce,
Great
great players,
cricketers.
but they weren't being selected at the next level. So they were playing week in, week out, and you could build, Marion could build teams around those players, and that makes a big difference. Yeah, ideally, in a way, you have no internationals,
Yeah, well, I mean,
but they're all great players.
yeah, of course they are.
Yeah.
And if you look at that Clontarf side that we speak about, you know, led by David Delaney, of course, an international cricketer in his own right, and a mighty fine international cricketer, may I add. You know, but when I look at,
they're Australian import. Patrick.
seems to be a
very-
really
yeah.
good player. Yeah,
I have yet to see him play because we've yet
yeah,
to come
yeah.
across.
Likewise, but
But
I've heard a lot
yeah,
about him, and
it seems
yeah.
all good reports.
yeah, absolutely.
So it'll be fascinating to watch
Yeah,
him on the
yeah.
day.
They've a good opening. Young Mitchell Thompson, he's
Yeah.
not young now, but it's done well this year. Got a 50 or 2, and
Yeah. Clontarf are a great club for bringing you through as well.
yeah,
So young David Vincent,
yeah, of course, yeah,
they're all
Yeah.
getting their chances.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be a fascinating weekend. I'm hoping to be on duty. Like my usual day is with the men's 2s, but I'm hoping to do a deal, so I'll be in Clontarf on that day, and somebody else will take my duties here. But we've got the huddle.
yeah, which is great. I love a huddle.
Yeah,
It's always a good sign.
Cork County batsmen ready to come, just waiting on the umpires to
Mind you,
step out.
I do see Craig pointing towards a little bit of naughtiness.
Yeah, we can't really see the mountains here, which is generally it's a great sign if you can see the hills. But it's just with that breeze, we're always going to get a little bit of weather here today, because the wind is just going to keep blowing everything across. So we're going to have multiple changes.
And here we go. The umpires are leading the players back out onto the field of play. As has been mentioned recently, this is now a 36 over game. 9.4 overs have been bowled. Cork County 26 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, two soft wickets, you'd have to say, so far. So they'll be a bit annoyed with that. Okay, so of course, a couple of players there with experience in Leinster.
Yeah,
Super calm, excited someone Safi.
yeah.
Some youth under 19s.
Zubair Khan is a
Yeah.
fine cricketer.
Yeah. So we're going to have Paul Lawson to bowl 2 more deliveries to finish out the 10th over. Oh, he's just trying to get his fingers warm again.
Yeah. Play is called. In comes Lawson around the wicket.
Straight away, Pembroke with 2 close fielders on the leg side now.
Interesting field, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great attacking
It
field.
is, yeah. Wouldn't mind seeing a slip in place.
Yeah. Oh, bit short there. That's punished. Well played for punished right to the square leg boundary to finish out the 10th over.
It's a good shot. Got himself in position to play the pull very quickly. Not one of Paul's finer deliveries.
No, it just held up in the
Held
pitch.
up in the pitch, yeah.
And
It's a good shot.
oh, yeah, put away. Well, like that with that attacking field, 2 close in on the leg side. Well, we're going to have our first change of bowling of the day. Mark Berry is warming up. See him trotting in there. He's going to bowl from the St. John's Road ends.
Last time I saw Mark was in the All-Ireland Cup match against Instonians when he had a fantastic day. Bowled beautifully.
Yeah, he had that great fifer.
He did. He was fantastic.
He'll be hoping for more of the same. He's been on good form since he's been asked to step up to the first
A
team.
fine bowler.
Yeah.
In comes Berry, right arm over the wicket. Wide ball.
Half an appeal, but it is wide.
I think that's standard practice once
Yes.
it's a wide ball.
I've yet,
Someone is going to appeal,
I
whether
don't-
it's the bowler, the keeper.
I've yet to come across an umpire who's fallen for it.
I think it's habit
Yeah.
on the part of the bowler and indeed some of the fielders. Berry in again.
Fit down leg there.
Yeah.
Half a
A little bit of bat as well, I thought.
yeah. But a good gentle start.
Yep.
Just trying to get into his rhythm because, of course, anyone who hasn't seen Mark bowl before, he does have a more unique bowling action.
Very economical,
Yeah.
you'd have to say.
It's all in the last moments. He just uses that shoulder.
You know, he comes in off 10 paces
Yeah.
probably.
Great for a skipper to have that
Yeah.
in the armoury because he can get through overs quickly.
Yeah. Just as we resume play, the rain has started to fall a little bit again. We can hear the spits on the roof of our
Yeah, the
commentary box.
umpire looking around to see what's
Yeah,
coming.
I saw the umpires for one split second looking at each other,
Yeah,
which is,
it's getting heavier.
yeah,
I think we'll be lucky to finish this over nearly. This is so difficult for the batsman. That's well played down to third.
Yeah.
It'll just be a single.
it's a fine shot.
Yeah, it's because obviously batsmen love to kind of have a rhythm.
Yeah, of course they do.
Uh,
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
and
Good one.
This on off, you don't know where you go. Like the batsman's setting up down there, not knowing if the umpire's going to take him off next ball or he's going to be out there for 2 overs, 3 overs.
Very difficult.
Yeah. That's good bowling from Barry. Would you have batted if you'd won the toss?
No,
No,
no, I wouldn't, is the answer.
I'd agree.
And I think whatever about the reasons for and against, for me on a day like this, there's nothing like if DL is going to come into it just knowing in some shape or form what's required.
Very much so. That's a lovely shot into the covers. It just is a 1. The ever-present Harry Tector patrolling that boundary out there on the railway line?
No, I don't think
Is it?
Harry's playing today, Graham.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Could be his older brother, is it? I didn't see.
Oh, sorry, not Harry. Jack.
Jack, yeah.
That's who I meant.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
who I meant. Jack is always out on
Yeah,
that
that's
boundary.
his boundary.
Yeah. Why not with a pair of hands like his?
Mm.
So the technical team are just putting up our covers again.
Yeah.
We're just getting sides on the gazebo. It's a steady rainfall at the moment.
It's unpleasant, you'd have to
Yeah.
say, particularly, as you so rightly said, for those playing the 13 out there. Bowlers finding it difficult to get into a rhythm, and batters not knowing whether they're going to be called ashore any minute or.
So it's going to be a change of bowling. Dan Murray from the nursery ends starts off with a fine little Yorker. And Andriantos, how would you pronounce? Because I'm terrible at this game.
Yeah, I think your pronunciation is as good as we're going to get. And
He's a big unit.
Andriantos, yeah, he is a big unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big tall guy. That looks like he could handle himself.
Yeah. Has looked competent in the
Yeah, 12.
20 odd balls he's faced.
Some like that. He's quick onto a short ball.
Yeah.
He's had some nice cover drives.
I like his setup.
I would say his hands are unorthodox.
Yeah.
Just looking at the way he's gripping the bat.
Slightly unusual bottom hand, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm, it's open.
I know it's a strange one for
It's
me.
the hand of a golfer, nearly.
But what works? If it works
Yeah,
for you,
of course.
like nice delivery from Murray. Just play gently onto the leg side of that ball. I'm a firm believer in if it works, don't overcoach it out of people.
Absolutely.
Like coaching obviously has a great place and you need to do it for certain things, but sometimes if it works, it works.
Yeah. And I think cricket is one of those sports where everyone has their way of getting it done.
Oh, that's going to be it. Oh, no, he drops it. That's a chance. It was flick into the leg side, and that is Blake with McDonald with the drop. He doesn't know what's gone wrong for him. It was flicked right at his chest. He got his hands up in time.
I'd like to see this again. Here we go.
It was played hard. Strong flick. And you see there, right,
Awkward
quickly.
height. It was sort of
throaty.
gullet. Yeah, throaty height. Yeah.
Murray with a great delivery there to follow that straight through to Hogan behind the stumps. Great pace of young Murray. But it's a looking is I don't see Luke Murray here today. So his twin not playing. Oh, he's bowled a brilliant delivery.
It's been a really good over this, hasn't it?
I'm loving the lengths.
That's a classic old-fashioned Yorker.
Nothing
The
wrong
old
with
toe crusher.
Nothing
Beautiful.
wrong with all skill. But I've been really impressed with his lengths the last few weeks. Bowling a lot fuller. Given the chance of the ball to do something. But that's the third wicket down.
We'll see it again here, Graham. Dan Murray, who has bowled a very good over thus far. Lovely delivery pattern. Oh, cracking delivery.
It's so hard to just defend that. But if you're trying to play a shot, which obviously in the one-day game most batsmen are looking to play shots.
There was a little bit of late swing there as well. It
Yeah.
was just an absolute perler of a delivery.
I think that's why it's so important to get the ball up there and give it that chance.
Yeah.
But the breakthrough since the rain break has happened for Pembroke, that is the end of the 12th over. You'd have to say Pembroke definitely on top here. 3 batters back in the pavilion. That's a fine
It's a
shot.
glorious shot.
Barry just leaving it out there, inviting the cover drive. And again, this strong-looking Andriantos just crushes it through the cover for 4. Yeah. Barry will be disappointed with how much width he gave him. But it's already
Glorious shot,
Yeah.
you'd have to say.
just leaned into it brilliantly. Gets into position well, just into
Nicely
the right
played
side.
off his hip. Just pushes it backward a square for an easy single.
You would have,
Brings up man onto strike for the first time today.
yeah, you'd have to say though, it's already looking like he's gonna be the main wicket for Pembroke.
Yeah.
Adriantos, he's looking strong. He's settled. 18 off 28.
He's got half their total
Yeah.
himself.
Well, if you throw in the extras, he's definitely the main guy. That's short. That'll just be a single. Let's push that into the offside. Jack with the easy throw in. Keeps it to 1. A little bit too short and wide there for Barry.
Just struggled a little bit with his length this over.
Again, not easy conditions. It's
No.
going to be a slippy ball.
Very difficult.
That's a better line. A lot fuller. Kicks up a little.
I see Danny Hogan doing a sort of a glove dance there.
Well, he had his last season. He had a very infamous celebration
Oh, okay.
after taking a catch. Yes. Oh, that's a fine shot. It's driven straight back over the bowler. No chance of a catch. No fielder in the deep, and that's another 4 to the total. And you can see the mindset here. They know they have to put runs on the board here. With only 25 overs, 20 to go.
I've been really impressed with Andriantos.
Yeah.
Has looked solid right from the start.
We've been saying it all season with some of the batters we've seen. It's the stillness when they're hitting the shots with their head is the key. And he seems to have that. And then right behind
Lovely
the ball.
shot. Yeah, lovely shot.
So that's the end of the 13th over. Scores moved on to 44 for 3. A very good over for Cork. But again, I'd just speaking here, I think anything around the 160,
Yeah. Yeah.
170,
Yeah.
Pembroke would have to be confident. Well, our little spit of rain has passed. The sun is out again. It's blue,
And over to our left looks
Yeah.
a lot
brighter.
more comforting. Yeah. Dan Murray about to commence his second over. Of course, his first over was highly successful.
Yeah, just 1 run from it with the wickets.
Upman on strike.
Is the very nice 1 over, 1 run, 1 wicket.
Lovely,
Yeah.
lovely figures. You'd take them, wouldn't you?
I'd retire on them. Oh,
that's a
looks
big
good
appeal.
shot. Umpire walking straight away, not interested. Getting in position for any run out appeals. And it is a leg by. So maybe, here we'll see on the replay, maybe heights. It's good pace, generating good pace, Murray. Oh, that
Oh,
cuts
no.
back way too much.
Yeah, very good decision.
Yeah, very,
Yeah.
very good umpiring. Straight away he saw him. That deviated a
long way, didn't
Long,
it?
long
Yeah.
way. Easily
Certainly
beaten 3
did.
stumps. Oh, but he got him that time. That's an absolute perler. What a delivery. Oh, he just...
Yeah, that is
After
a
the last
corker.
delivery where the ball cut back in, he moved his line just to outside off stump. He got the same movement again. Beats the batter's defences.
Interesting to look at Danny Hogan
Yeah.
just talk, as obviously he's
Yeah.
the man with the bird's eye view
Yeah.
here.
Saw it beautifully.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was
That's one of the balls of the season. We're going replay
to
three.
replay. Here we go.
Catches the batter on his crease as well. Oh, that's perfect. That is the wicket they wanted. That's Adriantos out. Caught him on his crease.
Yeah.
Cut the ball back beautifully.
It was
that's what
cracking delivery.
as a bowler, that's what you dream of the night before.
Absolutely.
When you're visualising your day, that's the kind of delivery you want to bowl. Right arm over to a right-hander.
Well, they were talking about the nigh on perfect delivery, which Boomerang bowled yesterday to English opening batter Crawley, yeah. And I mean, that was just an absolute. It is the perfect cricket delivery.
Yeah. Well, we've seen in 6 deliveries here from Murray today. One beautiful Yorker and one beautiful inducker off the pitch.
Murray in again. Oh,
that
generating a bit of pace,
He
Graham
really
here.
is. He really is. It's lovely follow through. It's such a rhythmic, simple piece of rhythm on a run in.
Wouldn't mind a second slip in now, just to put a.
Well, they put in the first.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a second.
It's great to see. Great to see they're backing him.
Put a little more pressure on Prophet.
Yeah.
In comes Murray, right arm over the wicket. Good shot.
Yeah, just
Nicely
straight onto
played.
straight onto the legs a little.
But nicely played out to Jack Tector, who patrols that deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, you know that conversation when you're the new batter coming in and the man departing you. Is it doing anything? I can only imagine what was said to Prophet coming in.
That's a great call. Is it doing anything?
That's short.
No, it's a really good shot.
Yeah.
It's a really good shot. Positive.
Yeah.
Got himself into position really quickly.
Yeah, he's a little smaller in stature, so he got under it. Yeah, just a bit too short.
Yeah.
And
But
a little
well
bit of width.
dispatched.
Yeah, no, it was put away brilliantly.
There's the King Evertonian man, the great John Tucker, walking around the ground. Always wearing blue for Everton.
I knew there was something wrong with him. Everton. That's again short. And again, it's going to hit the boundary rope. That's another 4, back-to-back 4s for Cork County and Upman.
Really impressed with.
He's quickly onto this again. He picks the length. Again, too short. Why he's dropped after his success of pitching it up? Why drop it in short?
There's nothing like a bit of lift, and it drives a bowler mad. And when you get a bit of lift, invariably you just drop it that yard shorter.
Eyes lit up a little bit.
Eyes lit up, yeah, of course.
But again, Pembroke will be happy. They got the big breakthrough.
Yeah.
4 wickets down, 54 for 4 on the board. 14 overs gone, just 22 overs remaining of this innings.
Good last over for Cork County.
Yeah.
Mark Berry continuing his spell.
I think Pembroke would take a wicket for every 10 runs at this stage. Fine fielding from Howie in the covers. I think they take 6 wickets for 60 runs.
Pembroke be delighted to see Gavin Hoey and Tim Tector back after their escapades with Ireland.
Oh, just over.
Just over his head.
The leaping Hoey.
Yeah.
Just be 2.
Good shot. Good positive shot.
Yeah. Not quite enough to trouble the boundary. It's a big boundary against the railway line.
No, but
again, runs on the board. You got to push those 1s and 2s all day as much as possible. That's
nicely played and
fielded.
beautifully fielded. It's a great bit of fielding.
But the other, Blake there at mid wickets.
Move very quickly.
And down with one hand, Oh, full, but beautifully flicked. That's gone to the mid-wicket boundary. That's brilliantly
That's probably
played.
shot of the day for me,
Yeah.
Graham. Absolutely gorgeous.
It was right up there from Berry, but Prophet manages to pick the line right. Oh, just under one leg nearly.
Yeah, absolutely middled it.
A Downey special.
Because, yeah, Tony special.
That's better from Berry. He needs to just work that fourth stump a bit more.
I mean, if you look at deep square leg, really only
15 yards
yeah
at most.
max
Yeah.
max.
Flew to the boundary, and
Yeah.
still he was 5 yards short of getting
Yeah.
there.
It's a really good shot.
Oh, and he goes again. This is to the
another
that's beaten
four.
Murray.
Yeah,
I think these two batsmen have come out with very much positive intent.
yeah. They've been really impressive,
Yeah.
a pair of them, since they came to the wicket.
They are going to play their shots.
Yep. And they are doing exactly what's required of them.
But again, Berry will be a little disappointed. That was outside leg stump. Brilliantly put away, but the line wasn't there. That was needed.
Yeah.
So another 10 runs from an over. That's back-to-back over with 10 runs from them. So all of a sudden, it's jumped. Cork scored 64 for 4, 15 overs. It won't be exactly panic stations from Pembroke, but they'll be conscious that they don't want to let two batsmen get away from them.
Probably from a Cork County perspective, this has been the best partnership of the day.
Oh, absolutely. With both batsmen scoring.
Yeah, and both looking really positive from the off.
Yeah, that's a little too short from Murray. The batter's able to just keep his stance but rock back and
Really good shot.
yeah. Again, we'll just see the length here. It's just too short.
Too short, yeah. And it's funny, his first 2 overs, he didn't bowl a short ball.
No. Because the batsmen are, we'll see here now the stance taken here by Upman. He's right on his crease. He is looking to stay on his back foot.
Yep.
Because he's already shown he can pull and flick the ball really well.
And has shown himself to be...
Oh, so much better. You could see the ball move by giving it that chance.
But they're the wicket-taking
Yeah,
deliveries that
that's-
he's bowled, Graham.
Yes.
And I wouldn't have veered from that length.
Don't change it.
Yeah,
That he's just saw that just dived inwards.
yeah.
It was well kept out
Gorgeous
by
delivery.
Upman. But that is the length he wants to. That's where he's going to get his wickets. Again,
A little short.
it really is moving for him. That's going to make the batsman worry when he sees that amount of movement.
Good strike rate on the part of Upman, nearly at 200, and
Yeah, that's it. And they're almost
Profit is...
3 boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, Murray in. Just Upman leans back and just manages to squeak it out into the offside. Just be a single. But again, Murray much better with that length. It's attacking the stumps really well. Well bowled from Murray. Dot ball. So just one left in this over. The score is on 69. No James on commentary, unfortunately.
Great encouragement from his teammates. In comes Dan Murray. Profit on strike, nicely played. Well bowled.
Good finish to the over. Once he adjusted that length, he was
Yeah.
much more dangerous and economical.
I think, you know, as a bowler, when you when you go for a boundary with your first ball, you know, you're always playing catch up a little bit.
Yeah. I think this is really positive from Pembroke now, bringing Hoey on from the St. John's Road ends. Obviously, Cork have been attacking here in these last couple of overs. They've managed to score, coming up on 40 runs in the last 4 overs. So positive from Lawson, bringing Hoey on to try to, you know, bamboozle, as he so often does with batters. They look like deers in headlights when facing Hoey. Always so distinguishable from every other player on the Pembroke side with his little tail.
Yep. It's part of his attire, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't it funny when you get used to little things?
Oh,
You know? And there's as many bowlers couldn't bear to have anything attached to them. Gavin just always has his.
But again,
his
this
drying towel.
I would just say that because bowlers are so particular, and speaking as I certainly was, like, I looked at the ball. Bowlers know exactly what a ball looks like when it comes back to them, and if anything's changed. Oh, straight away attacking
That's a
Hoey.
huge
That's a huge hit off the telephone pole, right on the Cyril Way sign. That's a big 6 from Upman. Here we go.
That's a colossal shot.
That's a massive hit. Again, down on one knee.
Yeah.
You
Gets
can
that.
see it here bouncing, so we don't have a lost ball. I might have got some damage coming off there. See it bouncing back into there. It shows the power he hit that it bounced right back into the field of play. Hoey now.
Nicely played. They look for 2. There
Quick.
should be 2 out there. It's a
That's
big boundary.
Super calling.
Yeah.
They spotted very early the possibility of 2.
Yeah,
Called
well,
it.
they called 2
Yeah.
immediately as soon as they hit, which of course is the right thing to do, but is not always done.
But I think one of the keys for Upman with those shots, he seems to be very low in his stance as it is, and then when he's really going to get under the ball.
He's been really impressive, hasn't he?
Well, like that, he's going at over 200 strike rates, 22 from 10, and he goes. This time he gets under it.
Here's a
It's going to be a
chance.
chance for Bolton.
No.
Just short.
It's short.
That's
Well fielded. It was well fielded.
Yeah, keeps it to 1. Yeah, you can just see he takes his stance, and then just before the ball is bowled, he seems to just hunch down a little lower even. Hoey will be encouraged by that though.
Yeah.
Because
Very much so.
he managed to just force the batsman into kind of slicing it off the face of the bat.
Well bowled. Well played.
No run there. Woe be the man who'd risk a run there.
It's one of the great shouts in cricket. Bang, bang. I love that bang, bang shout.
You can see the turn how he is getting there. Prophet not managing to get that through the cover.
At that length, nearly, it was more of a pull shot, perhaps. Might have got more profit out of it.
Without any loss. That's the end of the 17th. Another good over for Cork. Another 9 runs in the over. Score moves to 78 for 4. Just speaking of that shot, where you say like more of a pull shot again. Here's the 6 in the over. Again, he's just your first ball to a new bowler and having that confidence, and
great.
he smashed it like that. You look at the ball bouncing back, right back. That's huge power. But again, I just don't think the shot has seen enough. A sweep shot. I often think a little sweep shot into the leg side, keep it on the ground, get on top of it. 1, if you hit it well, possibly more. Murray back on.
Better length again.
Yeah, if I was skipper, I'd just be telling them I don't want to see anything. You know,
Their end of the wicket.
Yeah.
Get out the old handkerchief. Put it on that, or indeed a foot past it.
And yeah, force the batsman back. Force him back, and then just that lovely Yorker, because he's shown it in this match and in previous matches, the abilities to bowl that lovely Yorker. Yeah, the what was it, for those old enough to have seen the Bodyline series, when he puts the coin in the nets for Lara to aim at. Oh, well bowled. Fielded by Murray. Much better start to this 18th over for Murray, because again, just great lengths and no width.
Reminds me of Terry Alderman.
Oh, what a swing bowler.
What a beautiful bowler he was. But
back trouble, unfortunately, curtailed his
Yeah.
career. Again, well
that's
played.
the length. That's the length. That was Alderman-like now.
Yeah.
Boy, could he swing a ball.
Like that, he was such a good swing bowler, even after the back trouble. He destroyed the English side. Yeah. Murray into bowl the 5th ball. No runs off the over. And again, the batsman again, he is looking just to play off the back foot here.
Yeah.
And that again, as a bowler, for me, I always watched where the batsman was standing, and tried to look at what kind of shots he's looking to play. If he's only playing back foot shots, you know, this is a moment where like a full slower delivery.
He's a guy that likes to get his front leg out of the way quickly, quickly. Well bowled.
Yeah,
Splendid over.
Very good over. A maiden from Murray.
Maiden to the danger man.
Yeah. Again, when you're talking limited overs. Okay, I'm going to step out for the moment and leave you to James and.
Thank you. So 18 overs gone here in Sydney Parade, home of Pembroke Cricket Club. Cork County 78 for 4. Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Heatley. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, staging a bit of a comeback here.
Been really impressed with these two, James. They've been positive from the outset.
Yeah, I like the way they've just been playing the natural game, not being too subdued. Being smart, really, about their cricket.
Yeah.
And that's what we want. We want a bit of a score there, so there is a contest of sorts. Oh, that was tempting. A good ball there by Hoey, just trying to tempt the batsman to go for the cut shot, maybe edge it into the keeper's gloves or just pop it up into the point region.
You could see the fielder a point there.
Yeah, just he was salivating almost.
He was just about to.
Sounds a bit, it's going to be wide. Yeah, it's got too much zing on that one.
Yep. Gavin Hoey with his very familiar glasses and towel.
Yeah, it's a staple uniform, isn't it? Yeah, he gets some good turn on the ball. He's got great variations as well.
He's a great bowler. A wonderful cricketer.
That's a good ball. It's played off the sort of behind point almost for no run. He's the type of bowler that he'd be delighted if you start swinging at his bowling.
Well, Upman off the first delivery he faced from Hoey. Hit an enormous 6 out to cow corner. It's well bowled, well taken, Danny Hogan. Rode the delivery nicely there.
Yeah, it was good keeping. You can almost see the gears ticking over in his mind about what's the next ball I'm going to...
That's 10 dot balls in a row, James, so
that's something, isn't
something could happen here.
This one just...
And that's just a release of pressure. Should just be 1 out to Jack Tector.
Yeah, probably just arguably a fraction short and a bit too allowed the bounce to be sort of ridden by the batter, but he wouldn't mind that. It's just one. Slapped away on the onside there. There is a fielder out in the deep who just keeps it to one.
It's a very good over. Another splendid over from Gavin Hoey. That's just 2 runs off the last 2 overs. Pembroke just squeezing a little bit here.
Absolutely.
So 19 overs gone and Cork County 82 for 4. I'm going to say adieu and pass over to Craig Senior.
Thank you, Hitley. We'll see you in a few more overs later on. Thank you again to Graham. And welcome Craig Senior back to the commentary.
Dan Murray, he's been bowling with a bit of aggression,
Yeah,
bit of speed. Picked up 2 wickets already.
Yeah, he's got a bit of venom in his approach today, hasn't he? Those Yorkers that he bowled to dismiss the 2 batsmen or something else. I think he needs to deploy that sort of fuller delivery more than the shorter delivery. That's a good length too, though. Just pops away on the leg side, gets past the mid-wicket fieldsman. Just a bit wide of him, so to pick up a single.
Well, there's no doubt Heatley and Graham informed you. We're down to 36 overs aside now. Obviously, there'll be some calculations in amongst there as Cork had started their innings. But the plan was to have drinks at 21. But now it's 36 over game. Will they stick with that, do you think?
Well, it's difficult to say because...
You went out and had a word with the umpires there.
yeah, he hadn't actually mentioned drinks per se. I think they're kind of going to, I suppose, see how things go.
36. So yeah. They may go through without a drink.
I'd say that they'll have some sort of drink. Oh, that's a good ball. Did well not to hit that. Great bowling there by Murray.
Trying to hide his bat under his armpit.
Ooh.
But, yeah, Murray doing a good job of enticing him. 2 for 17 he has. He's only in his 5th over. We're in the 20th over here. And Thorne, Prophet and Upman putting together a bit of a resurgence to this Cork innings. 84 for 4.
It's good to see, actually. I want... you want to see a contest today. You want to see a score posted that, you know, makes it interesting for the viewers.
Yeah, a challenging score, isn't it?
Yeah, the guys that come up all the way up from Cork.
It could be one of those games where we're saying, you know, sometimes a low target is more difficult to chase than a big target.
Well, if, you know, for instance, they get 180, you might think that's not enough, but like you say, a lower total. It does put you in sometimes in a different mindset. This one's just cut away at the edge of the bat. A good shot. Just runs down near the 3rd man and that's for a single. There is protection down here. That was a lovely shot. He just opened up the face of the bat and closed off the over. So after 20, it's 85 for 4. Murray doing a great job there after his 5, 18 for 2. Do you keep them on or do you start mix up the bowling again? There's only 16 overs left.
Well, he has done so far. Hoey at the St John's end. That area at Cow Corner where we saw that spectacular 6 in the last over that Hoey bowled is still open. And he's looking for it, isn't he? He is looking for it. There's no doubt about that.
That was a magic ball. It turned him inside out there. We've just lost a bit of vision, but that's okay. But that ball was completely bamboozled. He wanted that 6 in the Cow Corner.
You can see he's sending Lawson back to long off. You can see the batsman still thinking about Cow Corner. Oh, and he gets away with one there. Toe of the bat over the keeper's head, and it runs away down to the boundary. 4 runs, 4 of the most unlikely runs you're going to see.
Wow, he had no idea where that was going, but he was very lucky. We ended there, it could have gone straight up in the air. But he got a bit of luck, and I think Lawson minds that. I think Howie
has the sort of, not the Indian sign, but he's bamboozling him at the moment.
Well, you got to think maybe this is the one that's going to take him out. Or would he plays it well? Howie's having, yes, maybe a few words to him, just wishing him luck. Yeah, he's sort of saying, good defensive shot there. Well done.
These batsmen now, they've put on 40 odd, came together with a score on 43, so 46 together. And they'd love to bring up the 50 partnership. As James said earlier on in our first interview, it's all about taking small bites of this cake now. Oh, that's...
They tied him up in knots as well, but he defended it well. We kept it off the stumps. Didn't really have much control. He's having trouble reading Gavin here, which most batters do, because he has such variation, such skill. But they're brought in a slip now.
Oh, it's going to be a big appeal there.
It's got to be close.
Yes, that was out.
That was a beautiful ball. Tied him up. Tried to play it away on the leg side, but it got through his defences and crashed into the pad. Probably was going to take out middle, maybe middle and off.
There was certainly no discussion about whether it was out or not, was there?
No, that was probably a reasonably easy decision for the umpire all over.
Well, that stand, as I say, 46. Good stand for Cork, but they needed those two lads to go on a bit longer, I think. 5 down now. And this is a replay, and you can make your own mind up as to how right the umpire was here.
Pitched in line.
That's going nowhere but onto middle stump.
Yep.
And batsman, you can shuffle around as much as you like. The umpire had made up his mind.
Yeah.
As the ball
couldn't go anywhere else.
No.
Yeah.
So Howie picks up a wicket, and it's now 84 for 5.
Yeah, the batsman didn't look comfortable in front of...
my apologies, 89 for 5.
Right. Yeah, the batsman was about to say didn't look comfortable against Howie at all. So he just thought it was a matter of time.
I think Gavin knew that as well.
Yeah.
He was playing into the batsman's insecurities.
Now, we saw this man in the nets earlier. I think this is the man that we saw, and we predicted he was probably number 7 batsman. He's a tall man. He was hitting it pretty well, but he's got some 15 plus overs to get through now. And there are big gaps, but there is lots of protection down here on the leg side.
Kieran Sharp suggests that the batsman's name may have been Prophet, but he didn't see that one coming.
Very good.
Very good, Kieran.
Good pun there. That's why they pay him the big bucks. This one is Zed Khan. He just plays it defensively off to the point region. Just happy to see that over through, I think. So 21 down now. Are they going to go for drinks? No, doesn't look like it. Are they?
No, they're not.
No, I wouldn't think so.
No, I think they're going to go all the way through. There is the Cork card so far. Marius hit a glorious 4, but it was his only shot before the tamest Cork bowler I've ever seen. PJ Moore went for a big shot off Lawson and perished to the safe hands of Blake McDonald. And then since then, Murray's picked up 2, and then in that last over, we saw that LBW from Gavin Hoey. Cork not going along as nicely or without incident as much as they'd like to be, no doubt. 89 for 5, 21 overs gone now.
Yeah, they need to. The trouble now is the fact that you haven't got a lot of wickets in the shed. Half your team's been sent back. So where do you start thinking about opening up and going for the slightly riskier shots? Oh, that's nicely played off the legs. Gets past the keeper, but there is a man down in third man, so they'll just pick up the single.
Mark Berry it is, back on at the nursery end. He went for a little bit in his first spell of 3 overs, 23 runs. So he'll be looking to strike back Now, new batsman facing him. Khan has only faced one delivery, that one from Hoey.
He pulls away from that one at the last possible moment, so bowler is just inquiring whether that was too late, or maybe the umpire's explaining it to the batter that, you know, if it's left his... Anyway.
There's a discussion as to how soon did Berry set off and was the batsman ready at that stage. So a bit of discussion. We're going to have a discussion between the two umpires, a bit of sign language, and they'll sort that out. And we'll get on with the game. The sun now beaming down at Sydney Pro. This is mad.
Glorious, isn't it?
It's 4 seasons in one day stuff.
It has been.
We're only just short of having sleet earlier on. Berry with a nice Yorker.
His bat sounds a bit broken, actually.
That did sound a bit cracked, didn't it?
It didn't sound great. It wasn't a nice, sweet sound off the middle.
There's the flag. See the wind coming in from the mountains.
There we go,
in
getting some
Rathfarnham.
gusts.
Perhaps our Rathfarnham viewer will let us know when it starts raining up there.
Plays that way to extra cover, and he picks up a single. You think Upman now is the key. He needs to be there at the end if they're going to have anything sort of above 150 or so.
It's in the air, it's out to the boundary, it's just a single. Danny Hogan keeping wicket today. He's the 4th keeper that the first 11 have used this year. Lorcan Tucker, obviously on interprovincial duty and unavailable. Greg Hollins, who has destroyed his groin tendons or something.
He's in bad
shape.
Oh, that goes flying in. He needs a new grip or a new pair of gloves.
Well,
but he decided to load that one up.
As Lois Griffin says to Peter Griffin on the golf course, it went further than the ball did.
We're having fun.
Here it is now. Here's the replay.
And I'm sure
you can see it's a big shot, and way off it goes.
And I'm sure his teammates will be playing that one back on the bus home.
Yeah. Might get a poster of that, mate. This time, clips it down third man and holds on to his bat.
Well, he definitely put some oomph into that potential shot.
A bit slippy out there today.
Maybe it is a bit slippery in the, yeah. Anyway, bit of entertainment there.
Dry gloves, I think, may be needed.
Could be.
Well, that was interesting. Here it is again. It's, well, we don't see this very often. But he throws everything at it.
Yeah.
And it's the way how far it travels. I like the way the wicketkeeper points to where the bat's going and not where the ball's going.
Yeah.
So,
anyway, that wouldn't... He's trying his best to break that bat. But he's on strike now against Hoey. This is going to be a test. 93 for 5 now of 22. Plays it one nicely out to the sort of just wider point.
I don't think Hoey will be too upset at giving away the single. It does bring the new batsman to him, Khan.
No, new batsman was there. That's
who
right. Faced it.
And that's
and he did well.
Upman back on strike then. Well, the one thing Hoey will know here is that Upman's willing to take him on for shots, and perhaps that will provide its own opportunity.
Well, they're going to be in a bit of a dilemma here, aren't they, Cork? They have to get runs. So they're going to have to go after it, but they have to keep wickets in hand.
They can't risk losing too many wickets right now.
And that's the trouble when you have your top order. It's fallen. But I actually think the best thing they can do with only sort of 14 or so... He's been stumped. He moved his foot off the ground and he obviously lifted his...
He lifted his heel and Danny Hogan just saw it come up and whipped the bails off, and that is the stumping. Goodness. And that's the 6th wicket down. And Hoey picks up another one.
What a fantastic piece of work with the gloves behind the stumps there.
And we're only just talking about how he's the 4th keeper the first 11 have had this year. And it was just awareness. He saw the foot come up, he took the bails and then made sure that the umpire had seen what he'd done. And then the batsman, well, he's not happy, but he's having to depart. Here it is again.
Forward.
Comes forward. Hogan has the ball, and then you can see he's unbalanced. He's got his hand down and all sorts. So I can well believe that his foot has come up.
Yeah, he was all.
Now he's now standing upright and saying, "Look where my foot is." But when he was leant forward, his foot would have lifted more.
Of course it would. Yeah.
So I have no problem with that. Another wicket down, 6 down, 95 on the board. Here you'll see it again. And you be the judge. But you can see there's a moment where Hogan's gathering the ball and everything's okay, but then he's leaning forward.
Look at it. Actually,
you can actually see him.
Fell forward a bit further.
Yeah, and that's lifted his foot, and Hogan has taken the bails at the right time. 95 for 6. And Hoey now 2 for 19.
Just drop these down a bit.
Yeah.
No, just
libelous.
Yeah, exactly. Just
Being libelous.
They're right there in front of you.
Well, Nabby now out there to face Hoey. This one just tempting out wide of off stump. Just plays the way to the cover region. No run.
You get the feeling now that Pembroke have got through the top crust of this Cork batting, and now it could be all gravy.
Well, you just think also that that's a good shot actually. Pass point. They pick up a single.
Still short of that 100, going along at 4.2. Nothing in that to startle anybody at the moment anyway. It's been a stop-start game for Cork. Not helped by the rain. And Hoey finishes with a gem of delivery. Another over for him. He's 2 for 20 off 4. The score 96 for 6. And now we're getting to the stage where we should be predicting what's the final total going to be.
Well, that's it. I reckon
anything between 110 and
still 13 to go.
200. So. Plenty of time.
I'm going to say, because I want to have a contest here, I'm going to say 154. Now, that I'm being generous, but I'm just hoping there's going to be some runs scored in the last sort of power play.
I think it could be all out for 135.
Well, I was going to say 136 initially, but yeah, I'm going to go for 154.
Right, we'll ask Graham to contribute much, much later.
Berry to continue.
Short, nicely fielded. You can tell it's Gavin Hoey from the tail. He uses his towel. Leg spinner, of course. You do need dry hands, dry ball.
You do. Back to Aaron Nabby. He was out there at the moment. And he's playing his shots, and that's a lovely shot.
Great effort by Gavin Hoey in the field. Not quite making it on this occasion, but he went full length in an effort to catch hold of that one.
I like the conviction of this one. Moved his feet, got forward, danced down the wicket a bit, and cracked it out there to the extra cover region. Picks up a great, much needed boundary. And that'll
I'll
make
let you
feel
have
a bit
much
confident.
needed there, actually, James.
And that brings up the 100 for Cork.
And that's why I'll let you away with that one.
I was fishing, but well, there's another milestone they've ticked up. Oh, this one just defended away, squirts out to the offside. No run. His bat didn't sound very good there either. It sounded a bit splitty, a bit broken.
That's a great word. How's your bat? It's a bit splitty.
Yeah.
Berry goes short. The batsman, he's going to take those on.
I like this. I think he has to.
I
really think
you know the ball that's going to get you is going to come sooner or later, so why not make hay while you can?
Absolutely. I like the way he's doing this. I think Upman's the glue for this innings, what's left of it. So he should have license for keeping these guys, to allow them to play their shots.
Even Nabby thinks his bat might be cracked, I think.
Yeah. That doesn't sound great, does it? You know, just keep out the good balls. But anything that's remotely wide, have a crack at. You've still got 4 batters in the shed. Okay, it's a tail, but
Played
there
out.
you go. Nicely played.
Played out in the offside for a single. Just keep him out. Just bat the overs. Even if you bat the overs and get 4 and over, you know, you're still talking about, what's that, 50, 60 runs?
Yep.
160, and Cork will feel, you know, yes, 160 is below par, but it's not an undefendable score.
I think it wonders for them if they can get above 150. It really could, you know, that will just give them such a psychological lift.
Well, Hoey remains in the attack, unsurprisingly.
Now, how will Nabby navigate this over? Is he going to... There was 3 men on the boundary on the leg side.
We're looking for that big shot off Hoey.
That's a deliberately left cow corner, semi-unprotected.
Yeah,
to
the
try and
slot
entice
sweep
that.
is a shot that's on here, and that's the sort of shot that Hoey wants to see batsmen playing against him.
And there we go.
It's in the air straight away. Is anybody called for it?
Yep.
And, he's put
Oh.
it down. Well,
First mistake I've seen JJ make, but he was running back. He got there, but it just had to come over his shoulder. It was a difficult catch, but
I think he misjudged it because he had a little jump there that turned out not to be necessary and maybe didn't help matters. But chance down, Cork will gratefully accept any help that they can get.
so I think
102 for 6.
JJ will be buying Gavin a beer at the end of the game, maybe, or beverage of his choice.
With his new membership card and
Yeah.
discount therein. See how much room he gave himself, and he just chopped underneath it. And you see here, you see JJ coming for it, and there's just that
there.
little jump. He seemed to have misjudged it. And it went to ground. And that's a shame for Hoey and a shame for Pembroke.
It's been nicely played off the legs. It didn't try to overhit it, just worked it around on the leg side, picks up a single. And that's good because it gets the established batsman on strike. Brian Upman on strike at the moment.
Faster ball from Hoey. Pushed that one through.
Stayed a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah, it was the top spinner who really pushed that through with his hand. And, well, it went through quite low to Danny Hogan.
Got back for that ball and just squeezed it out on the offside. No run. Just trying to push him back onto his back foot, I think, here a bit. What's he going to try and entice him to have a big swing now? Yep,
There
he
it is.
And it's a big swing, all right.
And the big swing works. The ball ends up in the gardens. That will be giant for a new ball. That will be 25 overs done while they go and fetch that. And the score has moved on to, well, 9 on the over. So it's moved on to 110 for 6.
Good
Gavin
over for
Hoey
Cork.
halfway through his spell now. And he's 2 for 29. Oh, he's more than halfway through, isn't he? Because we were reduced overs.
Yeah. That's a lovely shot, actually. I'm glad he went for that. That was a beautiful shot. And straight out of the screws and way over everyone's head.
It's what they need, though, as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it needs some intent. Needs a bit of, okay, you're down, but don't be out.
Drinks coming out for the batsman anyway. Well, for Upman, he's been out there a while. Faced 30 deliveries, scored 35.
Yeah.
And, it's
No, he's-
going well for him.
He's doing a great job for his team.
And 110 for 6. Delay whilst umpire and Pembroke, is it captain, decide on which ball to use next. That one disappearing into the garden as well. We'll not see that one again for a while. Next time we see it, it'll be flaky and spongy.
Run over by the lawnmower.
Run over by the lawnmower, yes. Yeah, it'd be a real mess. Nice, pleasant day here now at the moment. We seem to be more into a spring, early autumn evening. But there is the threat of clouds all around. We'll see how the rest of the day goes. This game already reduced to 36 overs a side. Umpire Declan Ryan and his partner have been very good about keeping us informed here in the streaming. Pembroke Cricket Live. Do consider liking and subscribing the channel. All followers gratefully accepted. And we also run an announcement service whereby you can be notified of games online.
Oh,
Well,
that's a gutsy shot, and it's a bit of a streaky shot, but it's effective.
riding your luck, isn't it?
Right in your luck.
And he gets away with that. 4 more. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone straight up in the air. But instead, this is what happened.
Charged the bowler.
And enough on it to keep it away from Danny Hogan. And once it had passed him, there was nobody else going to stop that.
No.
Another 4. And suddenly Cork seemed to have pressed the accelerator. Or is it a, well, live by the sword, die by the sword. Let's just have a go here and see what happens.
That one is nicely kept out.
Again, he's looking to be positive, though. You can see that.
Yeah, I like this. He's moved on to 12 from 12. He's doing a good job. Good support for his batting partner and in good runs for the team.
Another one comes off the edge of the bat and spins away. Andrew Bolton keeps an eye on the spin and returns it safely. In fact, a question to ask Andrew. Andrew, do you prefer Andrew or Andy or...
Not too fast.
Grant?
We're going to call him Not Too Fast from now on.
Not too fast, Bolton.
This one, just whipped off his hips on the... Pulled away on the leg side. There is a man in the deep, of course, and they just pick up the single, but they're rotating the straight well.
I bowled 5, I actually don't know. Yeah.
This is good positive intent by Cork, I think. They're trying to post a competitive or something, a score they can defend.
Oh, he's looking for that edge again.
Yeah, it's been effective for him.
Might as well use it.
Like to see his wagon wheel, yeah.
Things are going well for them at the moment, though.
Doesn't have to be beautiful, it just has to be effective.
We'll have a look at the bowling figures after this delivery.
Interesting, he's pushing mid-on back to a long-on position. I'd actually put another one behind the keeper, really. This one just laid away to the colours. But it
does not sound right, James, at the end of the over. And here are the Pembroke bowling figures. And what do you think, James?
Well, it's a pretty effective and economical look there, isn't it? I mean, look, there's only 4 extras. The most expensive bowler there is Mark Berry on just over 6 and over. That's nothing.
And Gavin Hoey, who's been on the receiving end of a couple of big 6s, which have really messed up his figures.
But he's still only going for
less than a run a ball.
Yeah, 29 for 2.
Oh.
For a spin bowler, definitely, that's a great result.
There we go, just in time.
Can he get a few more? This one's cut away to point, but there's a man there, no run.
Well, Hoey into his 6th over now. And of course, they are limited. And I think the most anyone can bowl, one player I think can bowl 9. Oh no, 1-8 is it? 1-8 and 7s. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see who Pembroke used for that 8th over.
Up and here, be looking for the ball that allows him to try and get another 6. And well, that's a bit wide. Does he get away with it? He just does. That must have been right on the line. Just tempting the batsman on the outside there. Batsman just sees it through. Dot ball. Yeah, this is the one. It's a bit short. Just
Batsman changed his shot halfway through swinging the bat, I think. It was suddenly realised how short it was and tried to pull it round to the leg side. Gets a single for it.
Not sure how many Nabby has faced or Gavin Homey, but so far so good. Yeah, just trying to entice him to have a go. Quite wisely, just had a look at that and let it go through to the keeper for a no run.
He looked at it like it was a spitting cobra. He really didn't want anything to do with that delivery. Let it go through. Let's see how he deals with this one now. And again, he's backing away from Hoey. He's trying to give himself room. Another good over. 27 down now. Just one coming from that. 117 for 6. And we'll see, is there going to be a change now? Mark Berry, he's bowled 6. Will he finish off his 7th now? It looks like he will.
So Bolton's warming up. Must have potentially got the nod, or he's just trying to get his captain's attention. Either way.
Which way is that a signal? Is that Skip, Skip, I'm ready. We've all done that one.
Yeah.
Feeling good, Skip. Feeling good.
Yeah.
No, not this end, the other end.
Yeah.
So Mark Berry then from the nursery end. This is the 28th of 36 overs.
This one cracked away through extra cover and they pick up a single. There's a man in the deep there just sweeping around to make sure that there's no boundaries or minimise the chance of boundaries. Again, some of these bats don't sound great. Or maybe it's just my ears or something, I don't know. Oh,
Bottom edge through to the keeper.
bit lucky it only went through to the keeper there and didn't drag it onto his own stumps.
More dark clouds out to our left, and I feel the temperature has dropped just a degree or two in the last few minutes, and that's usually the sign rain to come.
Oh, that's
A bit short from Berry on this occasion, just played out in the offside to pick up an easy single.
probably would have been better off actually letting that one go through. I think that would have been called a wide.
Yeah, he sort of saved the bowler one there, didn't he?
Didn't he?
Do you know what we haven't brought out? The cushions. I'm just starting to feel it now.
Yeah, I knew there was something that was. Well, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable. Do you reckon we could?
This one lifted up, one bounce to the fielder. Big fling at the stumps. 119 for 6.
Can you hold that thought? I'll be back.
Well, we're going to come off air in an over or two anyway, so we'll get them for the other two.
Okay, we'll suffer the pain. We'll do it for the team.
Take one for the team. Driven down the ground. Lawson doing the fielding. 120 up now. And again, it's about these small little bites. 10 runs at a time.
Yep.
Just keep it going. Push it on. Find out how many runs you can get to.
Well, when they were on 90 odd, we thought they'd maybe just get to 130 or 150. Now they're 120.
Yep.
And they've still got, what, the best part of 8 overs? 7, 8, 9 overs. 8 overs to go. So 150 is looking quite good.
Yeah, I think they'd be delighted
They
with
still
the tail is sort of marshalling itself against the change bowlers of Pembroke. I don't think it will be too long before we see a change of bowling, and in fact here it is right now. Andrew Bolton is returning to the St John's end. He certainly has 1 if not 2, or 2 if not 3 overs to go, depending how they go for him. I'm sure he'd love to end this innings sooner rather than later.
Well, he's been very economical. He's only conceded 11 for his 5 overs so far.
If anything, it was hit pressure from his end that caused wickets then at Lawson's end as they decided to take on the spinner.
Yep.
And that provided opportunities for Lawson that were taken. Now, we have seen JJ Garth unusually put down a catch today, but by and large the ground fielding from Pembroke has been good.
Sitting the field now.
Blue skies sliding off to the right, being replaced by, well, dirty grey. It's that sort of dirty grey that washing
Yeah, bringing the washing in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone just clubbed out there to the mid-off region. The man picks it up and there's no run. Yeah, look, obviously they've made the decision. We're just going to swing it pretty much anything that's remotely wide. Just chance our luck.
As you say.
But I really hope this Brian Upman gets a half century. Not with a shot like that, he won't. Oh, I think he deserves it.
He's done well. He's hung in there. He's scoring at a run of ball, so it's not like he's just poking his way and surviving.
No, he's doing well.
He has taken on the Pembroke bowling and has 39 runs from 40 deliveries. We'll see now how he copes with Andrew Bolton's bowling. Oh, lovely shot.
Straight down the ground, past the bowler. Misses the stumps at the other end by 6 inches, and it's a delightful shot. Picks up 4 runs. Just clubbed that past. Well, the bowler did well to get his ankle out the way there, actually.
Well, yes, indeed.
Brings him into the 40s. 43.
Again, just moving that scoreboard on, bit at a time. It's working for them.
Again, if you can get
Graham in, or
Yeah.
bring him in at the end of the over.
Well, we can get
I'll let him take over from you, and then
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
pass over to Heatley when he makes it down again.
I was just going to say, if they can get 5 and over from now on, which would be pretty conservative, all of a sudden, that's a good shot. Just cuts it away. There is a man in the deep, of course. Just the one run.
Jack Tector is making that railway line his own, isn't he?
Yeah, so if they can get up to 160 odd, that'd be pretty conservative, one would feel, especially if Upman stays there.
And again, it's all about when do the wickets fall. I mean, there's a distinct possibility that they could be all out for 130 as well. You just don't know, and that's the great thing about this game. But if these two keep going, they came together when the score was on 95, so they've put on 30, and they're just doing it at their own rate. They're taking the runs when they get them. Nabi is sort of enjoying swinging the willow when he can.
Just defends that one away quite smartly.
And that is another good over. And we'll see a change in the commentary box. We'll say thank you to James for the moment. And
Thank you,
we'll
Craig.
see him again for the second innings. If you see Heatley around, tell him if he wants to do the last stint. He's more than welcome. Afternoon, Graham.
Oh, I've come back to a changed game.
It's Upman's done well.
He's done very well. I've been watching, but some of those shots he's played, when he hits the ball, it stays hit.
Yep. He's had a couple of beautiful shots off Hoey into the gardens. We now see the return of the skipper from the nursery end, Paul Lawson, coming on for the 30th over. And again, I don't think this is a bad move.
Well, he thrives on it, players attacking him.
Thank you, James. James nipping inside and grabbing the cushions. It was only right at the end of the stint we suddenly went, what's missing?
Oh, I could have used a cushion yesterday in Rathmines, doing back-to-back T20s on a hard bench. Although the weather was a lot more glorious yesterday, enjoying sitting out, watching a couple of great matches. Pembroke women's first 11, winning both T20s against Leinster and Marion yesterday.
2 good wins for the women.
Yeah, it was 2 great matches.
To beat Leinster and Marion.
Yeah.
They're title rivals, and that'll close things up at the top.
Very much so.
I think Clontarf is still going well, though. Paul Lawson then, from the nursery end, with his off-spin.
Well, the dark horse coming up on the rails in the women's is Balbriggan. They set 3rd yesterday, and they got some good wins, and they've added to the
This
squad.
guy's batting.
Yeah,
Batting well outside his leg
like-
stump.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if it's in reaction to Lawson coming round the wicket to him. I hadn't noticed it before. But it is giving him room then to play away.
It's a smart way to like.
But you've got to make contact every time.
Yeah. But like that, if I was facing the left arm over, I'd always open my stance up and turn my angle. I used to love whenever I bowled left arm over, and I'd see the right-handed batsman with the same stance he would for a right arm over.
Yep.
I used to love seeing that.
Oh no, absolutely.
Down the track.
Oh, that was nearly something for everyone.
Towed it.
That was something for everyone. Lawson thought he got through under the bat.
Yeah.
Hogan thought he was in for a stumping. The batsman thought he was going to hit a 6. It was a little bit of everything. Did you see the bat chuck earlier?
I was just going to ask you.
Oh!
Well dived out of the way.
It's only a single, but by golly, he nearly took out his partner there. His partner did exceptionally well to hit the turf and not get hit by that one. We'll see it again. He is watching, in fairness. He's not there. Now sees it.
Wide.
It's a late decision to go down. That was not far away from taking out a partner.
That would have stung.
This
More
time,
runs onto the leg side.
This time swung away behind square legs. Jack Tector, as I say, he's sort of sealing up that railway side. Not too much getting past him down there.
Yeah, that brings up into 46. One good boundary away from a brilliant 50.
Well, I kind of suggest it. Even the bad boundary's
Yeah,
going to
so
be.
we'll take-
he'll be happy with either.
Down the track.
He's gone big.
Oh,
he's
he
looking
hasn't got
for the
big
man.
enough. Has he? Hasn't got big enough now. Lawson. That's Hoey with the catch well inside the rope. But again, we've discussed this for these last few weeks about that extra boundary size
Well, Pembroke plays to their strengths.
for that point.
Well, 128 for 7 now. And Paul Lawson picks up another wicket. That's his third.
Yeah.
3 for 22. And he is just one ball away from completing 6 overs. So Nabby disappears. Look, Nabby, he chanced his luck.
Yeah.
He decided that, I'm going to get out eventually, so very soon we will just throw...
And only 6 overs to go.
And see how I get on. He's gone for the big shot. Instead of going
It's
straighter,
a good connection.
he's gone too wide. That's the
Yeah.
problem there. He's come across the ball as opposed to playing through the ball.
And you can see how well inside the boundary, Hoey. He's nowhere
yeah.
well inside.
And Hoey showing how catches should be taken, having seen one dropped off his bowling.
Yeah, it was a strange. That was a strange one.
But that one was actually a far easier catch than the one that was put down. But another wicket down, and E. O'Sullivan has joined us in the middle.
EO. And just going back to that one, we had a great discussion there off mic about the bat in the air, having a little laugh. And for anyone who's better acquainted with the laws, obviously, if your hand is not on the bat and it hits your glove, it is not out. If your hand is not on the bat and it hits the bat, is it out?
No.
Okay. See, well, I've got one yes and one no. For a catch.
Andrew Bolton.
See, I've one yes and one no. See, this is we all know about if your hand is not on the bat, it's not out. Well, except in Ashes series where it is. Or it's like, yeah. We'll not get into that.
Meanwhile, back at the game, Andrew Bolton in his 7th over.
So anyone who wants to make a comment on that, not out or out.
Hoey coming back to... Well, that's a long journey Gavin Hoey's had to make.
Oh, captain.
Down from the covers corner, down to the nets, down to us here.
In the bad books.
I'd say he's in the very good books.
No,
That's a safe pair of hands. And again, Jack Tector making sure nothing more than a single is gained by playing down on the railway.
Very much happy to give the single to Upman, get him off strike. You get O'Sullivan on strike for his first delivery.
Coming in at number 9 to see.
Tall fellow.
A few people taking up residence in Con's Nook.
People who want to be on camera.
Yeah. I think that's some of the supporters down there and the kids having great old fun. That's well bowled from Bolton.
Sullivan just getting on top of it, but his bottom hand came off the bat. It shows a bit of nervousness from the batsman there. Andrew Bolton bowling the 31st over.
I suspect it's 4 7s and 1 8.
It is.
Yeah.
Nala done the
Math.
mental arithmetic earlier on as Bolton comes in, has driven gently into the offside.
I got the calculator right.
And then, well, we're into the last 6 overs of this innings. It is shortened to 36 overs.
There's a few games around that have been shortened to 30 overs.
Yep.
Across the road in Railway, it's 30 overs.
Sure.
They were very, very late starters.
So long as the coffee shop was open.
Oh, here's a chance. Will it? No, won't get there. Oh, and they spin off the turf.
Gavin Hoey deceived at the end.
Yeah.
I'm going to pass over now to Heatley and let him and yourself see this
Okay.
innings through to the
So
conclusion.
a little low full toss from Bolton. Up and that actually brought up Upman's 50. That's a fine innings. 51 from just 49 deliveries. We'll see it here again. It's a low, well, not that low, but he gets under it. Half a chance, but well short of the fielder, and that allowed the spin here. You see the spin, and goalkeeping dive. Another big hit, and that's safely sit to the boundary. That's another beautiful shot from Upman. 6 more to the total. 10 from 2 deliveries there. He is flying.
Well, when I left, or should I open with good afternoon?
No,
Nice to
be back.
nice to be back. Yeah, I was really impressed with him in the manner in which he went about his innings. He,
We got the starting point of it.
yeah,
and he was
yeah,
just warming
absolutely,
up.
yeah, absolutely. And
But when he hits it, doesn't it stay hit?
he's been really impressive. He's not a man I'm familiar with,
No.
but he has been fantastic.
He was ably assisted by Naby for a while now.
Yeah.
He'll be hoping O'Sullivan can stay with him for these last 5 overs.
Yeah,
Because, again, as long as Upman stays in there.
well, if they could post,
You could look
they
at
could post
170.
170, 180.
And
180 would be a very good
yeah.
score.
but again, it'll be as much. It's how many deliveries Upman gets to face.
yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Because like that, there was 12 in that last over.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if Lawson gets to just bowl away, that's 2 dots here to O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan has really got to play nudge cricket
Yeah.
now and just
Get
give
off
the strike.
Yeah.
He's
They're
got
getting
it.
well bowled.
Yeah.
That's 3 deliveries and 3 dots, and that's what Pembroke will want as much. And then if Upman is on strike, the bowler should be aware, just be happy with a 1.
Yeah. And it'll just increase the pressure on Upman, you know.
Yeah. With fewer and fewer deliveries.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And again, and at some stage, you're going to have to say to your partner, just go for it. You know, he's into the realm of the over where Upman will be saying 2, 4, 6, no singles. And again, he did look big, but can just squeeze it into the leg side to JJ Gart. Ever present. It seems to be a partnership. When Lawson bowls, that's where Gart feels.
I'd nearly be looking to give him the single now.
Oh, that's a good attempt by Sullivan.
Yeah.
He just,
It is, yeah.
if it had beaten Murray there at fine leg, it probably would have run away for at least 2, maybe 4. But a maiden over from Lawson.
Crucial maiden at a really important stage. So 32 overs gone. Cork County 140 for the loss of 7 wickets. Upman on 57 off just 50 deliveries.
It's going to be a change of bowling. Dan Murray's going to come on from the St. John's Road end. Fine, 5 overs, 2 for 18 in his earlier spell. Again, he'll just be, Pembroke will just be hoping to see him bowl full and straight here.
Yeah.
Not giving Upman the chance to get under the ball to
Yeah.
this leg side.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of very successful 6s to the Cyril's Way wall. He goes big. He's gone 6 straight away. Top of the netting right beside us. That has hit the top of the netting. Yeah. They're just going to have to get something to get the ball off the netting here. That's a fine shot from Upman, though. You can see here, well over the head of Hoey.
But again, it's just too short.
Yeah.
You'd have to say. And
he gets under it,
gets
yeah.
underneath it,
Yeah.
and that's been his strength.
Oh, beautiful fielding from Senior. One-handed take. And the throw straight back into the bowler. It's some of the finest fielding we've seen today. So
In
Murray,
comes Murray.
pressure here now. Full.
That's an
Again.
enormous strike. That's huge.
Back-to-back sixes from Upman. It's beautiful striking of the ball.
Now you got to say, Graham, if Upman remains
At the crease.
at the crease, could they threaten 190?
Well, he can certainly, with hitting like that, threaten 100 for himself. He's moved on to 69.
Of just
52.
52 deliveries. That's colossal.
We've a new ball coming out after that one goes well into the gardens. Yeah, this is already a huge over, but again, he's bowling at a length that is just allowing Upman to, because you can see how low he's staying in his stance.
See the way
Yeah.
he gets rid of that left foot
Yeah.
immediately. And as you say, he tends to lower himself on the delivery stride of the
Yeah.
bowler.
Yeah. So anything that is kind of length, he's going to be able to get under.
Yeah.
So it needs to be a bit fuller, or even, dare say, back of a length.
Yeah. I'd more so be inclined to agree with your back of a length.
Yeah. And the odd slower ball.
Yeah.
So the
But
ball.
he's a clean hitter.
Oh, look, every single shot he's gone after where he has connected, it has gone deep over the boundary.
Oh,
it's not
easily.
just getting there.
Oh, easily.
Yeah. There been
And
some
sort of hitting with the wind as well.
Yeah.
You can see the Pembroke flag flying proud there, and the wind is definitely assisting Upman, in
Yeah.
the cow corner direction.
Yeah, it's coming
That's
from
exactly
the
the breeze.
Wilford Road
It is,
across
yeah,
the pitch.
it
Yeah.
is, yeah.
Oh, I'd love some.
Umpires seem to
I don't know what's good. Street food. Okay, what's good? Spice bag. Yeah, spice bag. Yeah. Think you're going for food.
That's a good comeback from Murray. But this is a lot of pressure for the youngster. 12 from the over. 3 deliveries gone. So if you're Upman, you're looking at maybe trying to hit one more boundary in the over and then getting off strike and let O'Sullivan face the last or the second last delivery. There he goes again, happy to take the run.
been a good comeback by Murray. This
Bit fuller.
not easy when you're opening 2 deliveries go for maximum.
Yeah, but like that, Upman has gotten what he wanted from the over. He's gotten 13 runs. Happy to let Sullivan now face the last 2, and I'm sure the chat is just see these out. Get the body behind it and block.
So we've been looking for a fine edge now.
Yeah.
Down to third man. Fine third man.
Oh, that's a
It's a
nice
good
shot.
shot.
And they'll look for 2. It'll be a risky 2 though.
No.
It was a
great
risky
throw.
2, and he
That
could have.
is a
He's run him
brilliant
out.
throw.
He has run out Upman. Oh, that is the worst case scenario for Cork County.
Sorry, but that was a brilliant,
Brilliant. That's
throw.
flat,
That is flat,
fast.
hard.
Right at the stumps.
Hogan didn't have to move a bone.
No.
He literally.
And just shepherd the gloves through the stumps. Like I said, that's the worst case scenario. A lovely shot from O'Sullivan into the covers. I was surprised when they took the run, because for me that was a risky. It was always going to be a risky 2, and you wanted Upman then at the other end.
Yeah.
And then as soon as they saw Tector pick up the ball here, The no came. You can see in the top right of your screen.
Clean gather.
O'Sullivan didn't move, and he stranded his partner, and he's well out.
That was well out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit of an inexperience. That's where you have to sacrifice your wickets for the batsman who's in.
There just wasn't a second
No.
or anything like it.
Well,
on there.
like you said, maybe if he'd gone straight away, but O'Sullivan stopped. Upman had come because he realised he needed to be at the other end.
Yeah.
It was 2-4-6 at that stage of the over. He didn't want O'Sullivan to get another single.
That could have a huge bearing on
On the
this
score,
game.
yeah.
A huge bearing.
We were talking about 180, 190.
Now potentially are you looking at
160,
165,
yeah,
170 you know.
max.
Yeah.
Yeah, now, there's still 3.1 overs to go, but
Only the
yeah.
2 wickets.
You'd look at how O'Sullivan played Lawson in the last over, where it was a maiden. If he finds it hard to get him away again, yeah, you are looking at 165.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Upman was the absolute danger man there.
Yeah. And he was also, the way he was striking the ball, he was looking at 100 here today.
Oh, big time.
Oh, that's well bowled. Nice and full. That's a lovely length. And great over in the end for Pembroke after 13 runs.
Yeah.
14 from the over. They got one for that on that single. But so the breakthrough with the run out. Lawson is going to continue from the nursery ends. Well, I wouldn't want to be O'Sullivan going back into the dressing rooms after. I'm sure there'll be questions asked. Why did you stop running or send me back?
Well, you know, with 2 deliveries to go, had Upman even been on strike, he could have nudged a single. You know,
Yeah.
there's plenty good enough.
Yeah. That's a one off the first delivery, so that's something now. But Lawson gets the ball to the new batter. Changed his, yeah. So it's Safi faces second delivery. Got to get off the mark. Oh, he looks to go big for ball 1 to Lawson, but can just squeeze it out onto the leg side just for 1.
It's a good start to the over this from the Pembroke skipper.
Lawson would be happy to see them attacking to the leg side. That long
Well
boundary.
I like the way Paul is attacking the stumps here. Just making them play every delivery.
Yeah. That's that leg, middle and leg kind of line is where he wants to be. No width onto the offside. Forcing them to either hike into the cow corner area with Hoey waiting. Again. Lawson will always back himself against tailenders not being able to have the skill level to go drive forward. Down the track a little, and he just can't just get the 1.
Pembroke will be more than happy to concede ones at this stage,
Very
Graham.
much so.
Really good over from
Just-
a Pembroke perspective.
Just the 4 runs coming from it.
The captain squeezing that.
So we're into the last 12 deliveries. Here we go with this. Brilliant. And you can see the box in the top right-hand corner of your screen showing the miscommunication from the batters. But what a throw. Right in front of the stumps at the base. And Hogan managing just to turn his hands and take out the stumps. But yeah, you could. Upman was coming back, and then O'Sullivan just stopped.
Yeah.
Didn't know the game plan.
So just 2 overs remaining.
Yeah.
Cork County 158 for 8. Dan Murray comes in
And he's out.
and he gets a big edge through to Danny Hogan there.
Well
So
taken.
158 for 8 becomes 158 for 9 now.
Well,
Been a
that's-
good outing this for Dan Murray today.
We just said it a second ago. What a difference it is now that Upman's gone. We Murray started his previous over going for back-to-back sixes. This over starts with a wicket.
It's nearly too close to him.
Yeah.
You know.
Again, he got that little bit of movement off the
Yeah.
pitch that he was getting in his
Yeah.
first spell from the nursery end. Tightened, came back in on the batsman, gave him no width, and almost catching practice as when you stand there and you're hitting balls to the fielders behind you. So that brings Kerry to the crease, the number 11.
Very experienced cricketer, Dermot Kerry. Fine player.
Oh, it's well bowled. Good pace from Murray. Again, I think
Just no width, which I
Yeah,
like there.
yeah.
No width, Graham. So you
that's
know.
key when you're bowling to tail enders. Don't give
Stump to
I
stump.
would
is-
just want
yeah.
that little bit of width so you can nudge it, nurdle it for
Yeah.
one. But if you give no width, it forces you to try and play a good shot.
Nicely played.
It's good
Lovely
batting.
shot. Yeah, it's a good shot.
And they don't take on the throw attacker, unsurprisingly. Again, it's such a flat throw he manages to get in. That's the key.
It's that one
Yeah.
bounce throw,
Yeah.
Graham, and it zips off the surface.
Yeah.
Particularly the surface today, which has got a bit of moisture in it.
Yeah. That's a bit of width, but straight to
Well
the fielder.
fielded.
Garrett there and his usual backward point. One of the safest pair of hands in Leinster, despite his little fumble earlier today.
He sort of jumped at the catch.
Yeah,
it was
it was
unusual.
very weird. Yeah,
He's such a brilliant fielder.
yeah. I think everyone in the ground was shocked when it when it went to the ground. Got away with. Oh, I thought he got away with that.
Yeah.
Looked to be on the edge of the blue line, but it is given as a wide.
Oh, what a lovely shot. That is beautiful. He or she is beautiful. Not sure what the green ribbon represents.
I think that's a disposable bag
Okay, yeah.
for
yeah.
for later use.
Yeah. Murray right arm over.
Oh,
That's a terrific shot.
That's a lovely shot from
One bounce
O'Sullivan.
4.
Yeah,
Cracking shot.
again, he just can get under that one.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with toe crushers. It's just of a length that allows the batsman to stay still in his crease and just get under it. And nobody deep on behind the bowler. Everyone was in the ring. And again, this makes more sense. He's bringing fine leg up into the circle and leaving mid-on back to the boundary.
Final delivery for.
Got a bit of movement in the air though, but it was into a full toss.
He should be an easy 2 there.
They do take the 2. Too much ground for Texter to cover that down to keep it to 1. But yeah, if you're going to be bowling full and straight and outside off, no need to have the fine leg for tail enders. Not many played a successful scoop or ramp. But that was a good over. That's 8 runs from it.
Very good over. So 166 for 9.
So we're going into the last 6 deliveries, and that is going to be bowled by Gavin Hoey from the nursery ends. You would, well, if I was Cork, I would be happy with 6 singles here, and
So would I, yeah.
and maybe a boundary thrown in.
The rain just starts to fall, but I think no matter what comes, the umpires will
See out this
will
innings.
see this innings through. Carey on strike. Hoey is the bowler.
So we have our deep fielders, our deep square leg, cow, deep mid on,
Deep extra.
deep extra, deep mid off.
Yep.
That's just pushed into the.
Okay, but that's
offside.
your point about
Yeah.
singles.
Yeah.
6 singles.
No, it was good batting.
Nothing
Is it-
wrong with that.
Just again, it's a number 11.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play with it. Play to shots you can play. It always amazes me, just because they see it on TV. Oh, I'll try a reverse sweep or something. How many times have you practiced that shot? Oh, never. Oh, yeah, but I'll play it anyway. There's a reason why A.B. de Villiers could play the way he did. Practice, practice, practice. Oh, he gets under that.
There's a chance, is it?
Oh, he's dropped
Spilt it.
just in front of the fielder. Didn't quite get under it. Was down on his knees when it got to him.
He get dipped at the last minute.
So the rain is falling. Covers are going back up on the gazebo here. Chinese cuts.
Yeah, the old French cut.
Yeah. Another single again. 3 singles off 3 deliveries.
Creeping towards the 170.
Yeah. Oh, he missed everything.
How did that miss? I was expecting to see the bails pop there, were you?
Yeah. Hogan just got in our eyesight there, but you thought that was going to hit the top of middle and off.
Yeah, I thought so.
Great turn. And again, oh, that turns. That's huge
Turned
amount.
square.
That pitched outside leg and went to outside off.
So just the one
He's
delivery remaining.
Again, he's looking to go big instead of just get bad on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Last ball, driven straight. That's a fine shot. They've come back for the second. That's good running from Kerry. Good running and calling. They do get to 171.
Good over, though, from Gavin Hoey.
Oh,
very good over. Splendid over. And so that concludes the Cork County innings. If you are just joining us, hello and a very good afternoon to you. Earlier on today, Cork County won the toss and elected to bat, and having done so have amassed 171 runs for the loss of 9 wickets.
It looks like the players are going to put the covers on for during tea.
Well, I think I heard or saw Dale signal to the guys.
So you could just hear the blower going on to blow away some of that dust. So it's kind of honours even at the end, would you say?
Yeah, I think Cork County will be. I think they'll be happy with that total, Graham.
Well, especially
when you look at the start they got, and they were a couple of wickets down early into the power play, and
at 12 overs when Murray had first come on, they were 34 for 3. But you can see there that Upman knock of 70 off 54 deliveries. Obviously the standout innings. Profit helping, Naby helping, and at the top, we were wondering if Andriantos could have stayed. He looked very strong. What the total could have been. Would have been great to see maybe him and Upman together for a few overs. What they could have done.
Yeah,
but
good little knock by O'Sullivan. 12 not out. Very valuable runs there, and
Pembroke will be happy. Just the 6 extras today. Always good to see that number under 10.
Very good.
But it was it was Pembroke's game up until the 12th over with the 3 wickets, and then Cork managed to get a few overs together of 10, 10, 10, 9, even losing a wicket, and then Upman got his eye in, and like we say, that 70 runs has made all the difference in managing to get to 170.
And a really good 70, Graham. Right from the off, he was positive.
Yeah.
He showed intent.
Not a classic batting stance, but it's effective how he gets under the ball.
Moving on to the bowling card. Andrew Bolton, 7 overs. 0 for 28. Very economical, as was the skipper. Paul Lawson, splendid spell. 8 overs. 3 for 26.
Standout today.
Yeah, he was superb with 2 maidens. Mark Berry, 7 overs, going at just over 5s. The same for Dan Murray. Bowled very well early on. Just felt he lost his length a little bit, having got those 2 early wickets.
Yeah, and when he goes short, it just the batsmen seem to be able to get under the ball and punish him.
Very good spell by Gavin Hoey, because his first over got a bit of tap, and he came back beautifully.
Like that, if you take out that first over, that's a
Colossal spell.
Colossal spell. And
Even
again,
now,
yeah.
it's a colossal spell.
And again, he was unlucky with a drop off him, so it could have
Yeah.
even been better.
Yeah.
But you can see the Manhattan here, like that little moment from overs 10 to 18. Cork got a little bit of lift, a few overs in a row, but yeah, and you can see there the worm, those little spikes in the middle overs as they would be in a reduced game to 36. But would you take chasing 172?
I would, yes. Yeah. Would you?
I certainly would.
Yeah. Match summary there. And Upton, the star of the show with bat in hand for Cork County. 70 off a mere 54 deliveries. With a couple of useful contributions and 3 wickets apiece for both Dan Murray and for Paul Lawson, and Gavin Hoey bowling splendidly for his 2 wickets. And so Pembroke, when they come out to bat, will require 172 from 36 overs at just over 4.5 of a run rate. So we'll take a quick break. We thank you for your company over the first innings, and we look forward to bringing you the Pembroke reply in the very near future. Remember, when Pembroke come out to bat, they will require 172 for victory. Great. Really enjoyed that. back in Dublin. Good job, that was quick. Didn't make great time. Did you have a nice lunch? What you have? Who treated you? Oh, lovely. What you had? Lovely. Lovely. How's Mum? What she? No, just an innings break. Yeah, something the old man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, lovely. I love chicken. Oh, Jack probably got. Oh, yeah. Lovely. Okay, Pat. Ciao, ciao. See ya. Bye. Hi, Pat. How are you? Good. Did you meet Rose? How'd that go? Good. Anna's here, actually. Yeah, she's on crutches. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're going to come down or? Yeah. Very good. Is Harry in with you now? Very good. All right, Pat. don't know what time they're back out at night, do you? No. So welcome back to Sydney Parade. Pembroke about to undertake their chase. Pembroke requiring 172 for victory. Remember, this is now a 36 over game. Required run rate just over 4.5 per over. Tim Tector and JJ Garth will open.
There will be some slight alteration with your camera for the next few moments. Niall is on it. Funny little quirk, even after keying in the DL figures, it still came in as 172 as the targets. So even after the DL adjustments, with the loss of the extra 6 overs from the start of play, it is still a 172 target.
Yeah,
Strange.
it is strange.
So Safi's going to open the bowling from the St. John's Road ends. Some interesting scores just before he bowls going around today. Clontarf against Marion. That game was reduced to 34 overs aside. Clontarf, 210 for 2 off 25.1.
Wow.
Yeah. Who you were speaking about earlier, Mitchell Thompson,
Okay.
going nicely on 89
Okay.
off 83. We're off. Owen Delaney just got out 86 off 59.
God.
Yeah.
Owen is still
Flying.
some operator.
Yeah, so
Great player.
So it'll be a slight little angle change. Sorry for, we can't help it with the change of side screens, but or the movement of the side screens. But Safi starts off with a nice dot.
It's going to stay there. That's why
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, it will move. That's a bit wide. Tim Tector able to crunch that into the offside and brings up the first score of the day. It's a boundary.
It's not the sort of delivery you want to bowl early on to.
No. It's the sort of delivery you want to get, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're the batter, all you're hoping for is something wide and short, just so you can
absolutely.
get your first feel of the ball on the bat with a nice simple one, and it's pulled away beautifully, piercing the fielders in the circle. Cork starting with one slip. Oh, some very dark clouds over to in front of us. Hopefully they'll pass. It's a better line for
Better
Safi.
line altogether. Just pushed from Tector towards mid-off.
Yeah, that line just allowing him, giving him the chance to bring the ball back in.
Yeah. The stock delivery really for a
Yeah.
left arm seamer.
Yeah, most definitely. Oh, he's bowled him. Bottom
He has
edge.
bowled him. Bottom played on.
He played on. Tector's gone. Just the 4 on the boards. Cork County absolutely delighted. That's a huge wicket for them. The informed Tector, the parts, with a bottom edge, just not quite maybe there for that shot. It's a bit too full.
Yeah, possibly so.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see it here now. With a great line
Yeah.
from Safi. And he's
Just an inside edge.
just bottom edge onto the
Mm.
onto the stumps. No, I think it was short enough. He just didn't quite get hold
Yeah,
of it.
just
Yeah. So obviously Cork delighted with that breakthrough in the first over.
it is a big breakthrough, and that brings the
Australian McDonald to the crease. Well,
Aussie overseas to the
Yeah.
wicket.
obviously he'll need to put in a hard graft here on this pitch now. Won't be bouncing as much as we saw from that delivery. That wasn't going over the top of the stumps.
Wind has picked up
Yeah.
a little bit, Graham,
Yeah.
blowing across the ground.
Yeah. Not easy for a swing bowler to bowl in this, but here he is, first ball to the McDonald's. Just a little clip.
It's nicely played, just off his hips. But
Start-
square leg.
Started on middle and leg and was going down leg, so gave the opportunity for McDonald just to push an easy one onto the leg side. Brings Gart on to strike for his first delivery. So 1 to come in the over. 5 for 1. Cork will be delighted.
Well played.
Well bowled, well played, yeah. Brings the end to the first over.
Very well played by Garth. Gets right in line.
I forgot to ask during the tee to the Cork players, anyone buy a lotto ticket last week?
Yeah.
Nobody arrived up in a supercar or anything, so no signs of any of these players having any extra income.
Not even sure whether it would have been a supercar. I think it might have been a super jet.
Yes, well, yeah, they all came in by helicopter. Or something.
Absolutely, yeah. And you were only talking about a helicopter required to help Dale and his
that's it.
colleagues.
That's what we'll stick on the back pitch there, a helipad.
A helipad, yeah, absolutely.
So, second over, about to start, and it looks like Cork are going to start with spin.
That's a big high ball there from Jessica.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of spin from the nursery ends. Nabby to bowl. McDonald facing. That's put away nicely. Just bowled flat into his legs. Tucked away for a single.
Yep. Nicely played. Just
already looks like a spinner who likes to put extra just pace onto it.
Yep. Spinning darts, Graham.
Yeah. If he manages to spin them at that speed, that is a great skill if you can.
As Geraldine was asking, did you let them know the DLS target?
I did.
Freaky DLS.
The freaky DLS target remaining at 172.
Which is weird.
Yeah. Watchful from guards.
So the quick off breaks. A bit like his namesake, the great Muhammad Nabi.
Yeah. Well, that stayed low.
Well played by Garth.
Yeah, very watchful. It kept the batter the bowler very interested, hoping one ducked underneath. Again, Garrett
Easy single.
Yeah, just driven down the ground to deep mid on. Easy one, just watchful to see if it managed to get past the fielder at short mid wickets, and it did.
Nicely played, beautifully played.
After that loss of Tector in the first over, you'd really hope these batsmen can just stay together, get themselves bedded in.
Well, I think this chase, Graham, requires one player to post a 70 or 80.
Yeah.
And if that happens, you would think my money would be on Pembroke.
Well, yes, it would have to be, especially with the big hitters in the side, in that middle order. You know, when you have Jack Tector, Gavin Hoey, to come in there, they can go big and long. You just want them to have that base set. So Safi gonna continue, and why not after that good first over?
Yeah.
Guard to face. Watchful outside that line, through to the keeper. The other thing Pembroke should be thinking about, again, Cork have to use 5 bowlers. Don't play all your cards in the to the openers.
Pembroke will also be conscious of DL here.
Yeah, they won't want to get too bad or behind a rate, in case it does rain again. Oh, well bowled.
Well bowled. That sort of straightened, really, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, ideally, if you can, the odd one I used to get would be come back in and then nip off the pitch.
Yeah.
But again, for me, it'll all be about the lengths he bowls. If he bowls it short, I think either one of these batsmen will punish him in the leg side.
Nicely played by Garth. No run, but
Getting a feel for it.
yeah. Absolutely.
Getting that pace of that track.
Absolutely no panic.
Like so often teams like this would score 150, 160 in a T20. So you could nearly say give yourselves 10 overs, 15 overs to play in. Just gets an edge. Safely into the grounds. A few oohs and ahs, but no chance. 2 runs picked up.
Glad he got his bat in the way there,
Yeah,
because Safi
yeah.
was about to give it large there.
Yeah. A few little droplets on our gazebo at the moment, but nothing heavy. That's down leg side.
That should go the whole way.
That's turned around the corner, lovely. That's off the legs, but it gets to the boundary. Another boundary for Pembroke.
Just see the replay here.
Just off the hip of
Just off the
Garrett.
hip, yeah.
Again, play down to third man from Garrett. Looking for an early quick one. That's brilliant running. That is super running from Garrett.
Yeah.
Spotted the early chance and opportunity to call from 2, and the positive calling. Partner McDonald trusting
Well, it
the
was
call.
just pushed wide of third
Yeah.
significantly to call for 2 immediately.
And safely in.
Yeah, oh well in.
That's good positive calling and running from Pembroke.
So 3 overs gone. Pembroke move on to 15 now for the loss of 1 wicket. Safi taking the wicket of Tim Tector in the first over.
It is somewhat to be expected in a way, because batsmen don't come off every week. That is not this game. And the way Pembroke like to play in the power play. That's crashed.
Gorgeous shot.
That's a beautiful shot from
Got to be
McDonald.
one of the shots of the day.
Yeah,
That
just
is absolutely beautiful.
the strength in the wrist there.
Gorgeous. Just leant back. Oh, gorgeous shot.
And put away through the gap between point and cover.
Yeah.
Races to the boundary. They do play positively in the power play. So you will lose wickets the odd time.
Nicely played again.
That has gotten heavier. The rain is starting to come down a little here now. Question is how much the umpires want to stay out there.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah, they're probably hoping it blows over in a second, but we're getting the worst of it now. Pushed into the leg side from McDonald's. That's another one to the total. Moves the score to 20. It is a lot heavier now. It's definitely above us, those rain clouds. The question is how quickly they pass over.
Nabby, well bowled.
Well watchful
Well
from
watched
Garth.
by Garth, yep.
Like 5 runs in the over. Again, he tries to dart that in. More
I
like
like
a
his
seamer.
length. I like
Yeah.
his length. I like his line.
Yeah. I throw in the odd slow turner though, just to mix up the pace so the batsman doesn't get used to it. That's bad. That's good. But Garth manages to get on top of it though. That's well fielded.
Very well fielded indeed.
Drags it in. Keeps it to 2.
Excellent fielding. That rain is now coming heavy.
Yeah. umpire's still happy enough at the moment. Batsmen seem happy enough. Oh,
Probably
but
just
it
a
is-
little in it for everyone here.
yeah.
Umpires are keen to.
No, I think
No,
they're
I
having a
think-
word.
Yeah.
Yeah. Covers, yeah, off we go.
Stumps come out of the ground.
Yeah, we're going to have a little break and play, people. Unfortunately, it's
I
going to be
will-
one of those days.
Yeah. I was just scanning through various cricket scores, both here and around the world, in the innings break there. You can't let the day pass without mentioning the great Sid Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
What a great Gloucester cricket man he was.
Yeah. Great to watch.
Yeah. Quick, genuinely quick.
Yeah.
You know, bowling at 90 plus miles an hour. Sadly passed away from that awful illness, motor neuron, but he was a wonderful cricketer.
Yeah. But speaking of score, I'll do a quick recce of what's happening around
Yep.
Leinster at the moment, just while we're on a break. Now the sun has come out again, so
Weird.
hopefully we won't be too long. But anyway, looking around at the moment, Clontarf have amassed 243 for 2 from 28.1 overs.
What
Now-
length game is that? I
That's
wonder.
a 34 over game at the moment. Now they may lose more with these. You don't know where that rain is hitting in regards to Marion.
And that's in Anglesey Road.
It's in
Yeah.
Anglesey Road.
Okay.
Malahide are in trouble in Balbriggan. Balbriggan made 242 for 7 from 50 overs. Malahide are 42 for 3. Looks like they're off at the moment. That score's been up like that for a while. Across the road in Railway in a reduced game to 30 overs. Railway 138 for 5 off 22. That's in the balance against Phoenix. Now they'll be off again like we are
Tricky
here.
total to
Yeah,
chase.
yeah,
you know.
especially in Railway's track.
Yeah.
It's staying low. The Hills are in the box seat today. They were all out for 223 inside the 50 overs. North County in reply, 57 for 5.
Oh, have a look at that card.
Yeah.
I'm interested
Yeah.
in
Eddie's
who
out,
got-
Dunphy's out.
who got runs for the Hills
Oh,
there.
for the Hills. Horlock got 38s. 93 from Weldon.
Yeah, very
yeah,
good.
he's a good,
Yeah,
very
he
good
is a
player.
smashing player.
Yeah.
Andy Kavanagh's having a
Kavanagh,
good little run.
yeah.
An excellent 38 there as
Yeah.
well.
It was on the back of Weldon's 93
Yeah,
off 90,
Oh,
96.
excellent.
But yeah, the North County in all sorts of trouble. Highest score so far today, 15 from McGovern at the top.
And see, Jamie Garassi is
10
he
not
is
out.
10 not out
It's all about his wicket,
Yeah.
really. He had a brilliant ton there.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Mm.
and during or last week,
Oh,
he
sorry,
did 100,
was it Friday? I beg
yeah,
your pardon.
100 off
Friday night.
53
Yeah.
odds. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll all be about his knock today for
Yeah.
North County. Rush at home today, they were bowled out inside 50 overs for 167. Leinster, the table toppers going into today, are 45 for 1.
I have to say 60-40 in Leinster's favour there. I would
Yeah,
have thought.
yeah, especially in Kenure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll just go off air for a moment.
Yeah. So for those of you joining us this afternoon, we're unfortunately in the middle of a rain delay at present. Fingers crossed it's only a shower. I hope so. It's been a good start for Cork County. They have taken the wicket of Tim Tector, Safi bowling him, and that brought the first wicket for Cork County. JJ Garth at the wicket, with the Pembroke overseas player who has looked very comfortable today. Hit one glorious boundary, square of the wicket. So we'll hopefully be back showing you some live action in the very near future. Hopefully this is just a fleeting shower that we're getting. Pembroke requiring 172 for victory. Remember, this is a 36 over game. After 4 overs, Pembroke are 22 now for the loss of 1 wicket. MacDonald and Garth both on 7 not out.
No problem. Bye.
As you can see from our pictures there, it looks as though the covers are being taken off the wicket. Glad to see this. No doubt about it, the wind has picked up significantly here this afternoon. The boss man Dale McDonough just putting the stumps up, the bails on, and insisting that the covers are taken off.
It's not. Yeah. Yeah. Probably, yeah. Yeah. And then you print off the other way of the thing. Magic. Thanks, bye.
So that's the wicket cleared now. Stumps are in place, and very shortly I expect to see the umpires leading both the batsmen and the fielders back out onto the field of play. Is there anything quite like a spice bag?
No, thank God for that. Is it Ireland's greatest ever invention?
Tony.
Yeah. Were they good? What play? What time?
Okay, so we've, as you can see, the players are coming back out. We've had an update for the young person. By the way, I have to say a big thank you for the young person today, keeping us well informed, because it doesn't always happen, because we're up here, people forget sometimes. So the game has been reduced to 33 overs. The power plays are at 7, 20, and I presume that's 26. 3 sevens with a max.
3 bowlers can obviously
Both 7 and the rest 6.
Yeah.
And the first innings must cut off is 17-24. If it's not finished by then, it's no result, I think, if they go any lower or past that.
What I don't see, what I'm surprised with, is a revised target.
Oh, that'll be with the scores, yeah. Oh, outside edge. Flash hard.
Yeah, the old additive flash hard. So Niall has just informed us 166 of 33, Graham.
Okay, so that's 40 runs down. Or, sorry.
No,
160.
it's not.
Sorry, I'm getting
It was
mixed up.
172,
Yes,
so
yes.
it's only 10 runs.
But 4
Well,
overs. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Slightly in the batter's favour, I would have thought.
Yeah, I don't think that run rate will trouble. That's lovely tucked away from Garth for 4. That will trouble them too much, because again the pitch is playing fairly well. There's no demons so far today. The outfield is fast. There are lots of 1s, 2s, 3s out there with the big boundary to the railway side. So yeah, it's about if they get themselves in, there's the opportunity to score. Safi just Garth watches this through to the keeper. Happy enough after 5 in the over so far.
I always say a good shot, Graham, is no shot.
Oh, that can often be the case, can't it?
Yeah. A good
Yeah.
leave is as good as a good shot, you know.
I love that rant back in the Ashes in Australia when Nasser Hussain went on. What happened to the leave? And again, Garth with a leave. It's not the right ball to play, so
No, dead right.
yeah. He went on and on about the Aussies not leaving the ball and pushing at everything, and like that. There are some balls you don't need to push at.
Yep. In comes Safi. Slightly edgy. Running down to third. Just a single.
Safe enough single. It was along the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Gets across the line.
No trouble whatsoever.
And bright sunshine again. It really is an up and down day. So as the positive is the drying effect once the sun is out.
Yeah.
Little push from McDonald into the leg side, an easy one. Yeah,
Nicely
often
done.
on days like today, the cloud cover stays over, so there's no drying. And whatever rain has fallen stays. But we're lucky today with the sun is coming out after the showers. So we are getting drying from the weather. So
Yeah, and I think that wind is helping as well.
yeah.
You know, it's that drying breeze.
Yes, coming right across the ground.
Yeah.
A strong enough breeze when it does pick up. So after 5 overs, Pembroke have moved to 29 for 1.
Honours even, I'd say.
Yeah.
Cork
Yeah,
County
so-
were delighted to have taken an early wicket,
Yeah.
and Pembroke moving along nicely.
We're going to have our first change of bowling of the day. Looks like O'Sullivan to bowl from the nursery end.
Sullivan had a good day with the bat.
I'd say his most disappointing part will be his calling
Yeah.
while batting. So there's 2 overs to go in the first power play. Looks like more spin. Similar feel to what Pembroke would employ in the power play with the spinners. They're hoping for right arm around coming across the batsman. And he's hoping for that shot and a mistimed cut. There's 3 fielders, 1 behind square, 1 at point, 1 at the covers. They're hoping for
No extra cover.
no
though.
extra cover though, yeah, because we're in the power play. So they're hoping though a little pop-up mistimed shot. Oh, misfield there. They don't take the single, rightly so. It was well covered. Oh, the breeze gets stronger.
It's got noticeably stronger.
Yeah.
Sullivan coming in.
Too short. McDonald
Far too
rocks
short.
back. Pulled into the leg side. It is going to be cut off. They will just take the 2. But yeah, McDonald will be quite happy if O'Sullivan bowls that length all day.
Shifting between over and around.
Yeah, his teammates have to get up and jog around to move those side screens.
Yeah. It's a swirly breeze, really.
Yeah, there's no consistency in where it's coming from.
Yeah.
So not easy for a bowler.
Side screens in place now. McDonald on strike. Well bowled. Good start this from O'Sullivan.
Yeah, he's gotten back into the over with his length. Oh,
Too short.
it's beautifully played.
That's the delivery that McDonald has been waiting for, with no protection on the offside.
Yeah, he was eyeing that up the way he came across his crease. And again, this time he uses that sweep shot.
It's a lovely shot too. Should be an easy 2, if not 3,
It's
if not 4.
Oh, and again,
Back-to-back boundaries, really good stuff.
that's why I said in the first innings about the sweep isn't employed enough by batsmen anymore. It's a safe shot. He gets down on one knee, keeps the ball down on the ground, and places it perfectly in between fielders.
It's a glorious shot. McDonald has just crept along to 19 now off a mere 15 deliveries. He's been really good.
Obviously, this power play has helped having the fielders inside the ring. Once he perfectly places the ball, he's managing to get that ball to the boundary again. It's a quick outfield.
It's a good over for Pembroke. 10 off the over. 10 off O'Sullivan's first over.
Yeah. Going to see another change of bowling.
I love a DK Lilly headband. I love a DK Lilly.
So you loved Rory Anders bowling.
Of course I did.
Yeah,
of course
Rory
I did.
Anders, of course.
Yeah.
Loved the headbands.
Well, my all-time favourite cricketer was the great D.K. Lilly.
With the little flick of sweat out off his brow.
There was no one like him.
Yeah.
Hasn't been since. My goodness, what a bowler he was.
Yeah. And of course, innovative. When he used an aluminium bat once, tried to get away with that.
He was just fantastic.
Such
But you
speed,
talk about rhythm and speed and
terror.
skill and terror.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
face,
know, and
because
when
again, these are batsmen that had to face without helmets. These guys don't know how lucky they have it with chest guards and
Whatever
elbow
about Lilly,
guards.
could you imagine Jeff Thompson coming at you with a breeze behind his arse and coming at you?
Well,
That must have been the most frightening thing imaginable for a batsman.
yeah. The 70s definitely belonged to those two bowlers.
Ah, sure. But it was the headband. He was the first man I saw wear a headband.
So this big, as we said earlier, big unit, Andriantos.
Batted very well, I thought.
Yeah, he really
Right, he
did look
did, yeah.
solid. And for a tall guy, he got behind the ball well, got low. So it's a fair long run up.
You've got some scary place to get these days.
We don't want to get back on the piss, yeah?
Little change in the field here from Cork. Just trying to get
When
where
we're
he wants.
talking about Lilly and Thompson, I'm looking at you, James, and I'm sure you must have.
Premier bowlers when I was growing up. That was like
Lilly and Thompson, yeah, they were.
Graham Thompson break the partnership and Lily's names and all that. Well, you have Lily bowled his brilliant line, and it was really hard to get away. But if they
Lovely push from guards,
Gorgeous
right
shot.
behind it. Just a one, but
I see his mum there lurking in the background.
as she often does,
Yeah,
has to hide.
yeah, no, sure, that's
Yeah.
what parents do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they do.
So Cork bringing fielder right back onto the boundary.
Yeah.
At deep mid on. Nobody deep on the leg side, on the mid wicket area. Drops. That's a good length. You wouldn't want to drop it any shorter. McDonald has already shown the ability to rock
Well,
back.
I think in the early days of Richie Benno's commentary career, he had an absolute love affair with Lilly and Thompson, particularly the great D.K. Lilly.
He'd no
because-
bias.
Well, there was no man had control like Lilly in those days. I mean, he was just. But
That's well bowled.
what an action!
yeah, it was so smooth.
Just beautiful. Just.
Fluid, that's the word, yeah.
McDonald plays and misses outside off. The bowler a little interested. He was ready to go up for the peel, but unfortunately the wicketkeeper couldn't hold on to it, so no
Sorry,
points.
I'm laughing at you when you say I must be a Rory Anders man.
Yeah.
He was such a fan of the headband
Yeah,
as well.
no, I used to make such fun of him
He
because
was
of the
great.
headband.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was great.
Great kid.
Yeah, great cricketer too.
Oh, that's a huge
an
hit.
enormous dig.
That's gone many a mile back into the gardens.
That's enormous.
That's gone back. That's
as big.
Rose Ed.
That's bigger than anything we've
Yeah.
seen today.
And it was just a pick-up flick.
Yeah.
He just came across his stumps, a little pick-up flick, and it's gone. Deep.
Good description of pick-up flick. I like that. That's
But-
exactly what it was.
But speaking of Rory, who of course brilliant for YM.
Oh, brilliant.
And
I
such
have
funny
to s-
moments over the
yeah.
years though, because he was once given out obstructing field, batting for Phoenix. But I played with him his first season coming into the adults. Obviously, with some different trajectories of careers at 12 years of age, and picking up man of the match in an intermediate cup final. I should have got it, by the way. No, it was a disgrace. I took 2 for 8. They give it to the kid for taking 3 or 4. It was a joke.
2
But,
for 8. Wow.
Yeah. 2 for. It was lucky. There was only 8. But so he picks up man of the match, rightly so. And afterwards, of course, being only 12, and we're filling the cup. So what are you having, Rory?
You'll have a Coke.
Pint of milk.
Pint of milk.
Pint
Yeah,
of-
that was
pint-
him. Sorry, I
Pint of
should have
milk,
known.
yeah, pint of milk. And for many a year after, it was a joke about it. I'll get you that pint of milk.
Yeah.
Especially at the Under-19 World Cup with him running in with that headband. Yeah.
Well, I was fortunate, really. I saw a huge amount of Rory playing underage cricket because he played with played with Jack in particular. And he was a fantastic cricketer. And I have to say, his two brothers, I mean, Tom was, in my opinion, perhaps one of the most underrated and best cricketers in Leinster. He was a superb cricketer. Tom Andrews.
All-rounder.
Oh, fantastic.
He was a better batter than Rory. Ian the younger was a better batter than bowler.
But there were three great cricketers.
Yeah.
And John and Leslie, if you're listening or if you hear about this, good afternoon to the two of you,
On
two
their
great friends.
World touring around as they enjoying retirement.
Dead right.
Yeah,
Dead
as he
right.
should be.
Dead
Not
right.
as much travel as Tom has done in the last few years.
No,
of course.
well, he's the king
Yeah,
traveller.
the king traveller.
Got engaged relatively recently.
Yeah.
So, it's hello to all the Anders.
But yes,
Provided great entertainment.
Tom, of course, bowled off the wrong foot
By God,
successfully.
was he a good bowler?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tom was invaluable to YM.
Oh,
he
especially
was
your last
fantastic.
league-winning
Yeah,
season.
he
Yeah.
was colossal.
No, but again, luckily to play with all three brothers.
Yeah, yeah. Terrific lads, each and every one of them.
And I'm sure they'll say I was their best ever captain.
I'm going to ask them that tonight, Craig. I'm going to phone one of the lads on the way home.
I'm sure they'll agree.
Sure, I guarantee you they'll agree.
Absolutely agree. So, because I always made them look good in comparison. So the end of the over. That's
7
a great,
overs gone, yeah.
great over. That's the end of the first power play. 7 from it. Pembroke have moved on to 46 for 1.
Good power play from Pembroke.
Yeah, they'll be happy. Again, obviously losing Tector not ideal, but again, the way they play, they do attack, and they want to get a good score in that first power play. So they're willing to risk a few wickets.
Yeah.
So, again,
I think it's one of the very exciting things about watching this Pembroke side. You know, it's
they're willing to back each other and give a chance.
It's
a bit like, as you were saying with Lily and Thompson, the old adage in the 70s that Lily doesn't get you, Tomo will. And they do feel this in that top order of Pembroke. If Tector doesn't get you, Garth will. If Garth doesn't get you, Balba, who, of course, 2 centuries over the last weekend, will get you, or McDonald. So they're willing to have a go. That's well bowled of Sullivan. A little bit tight for that shot.
Didn't realise until he came down here. He's a big man, O'Sullivan.
Yeah, he's
big,
tall. Yeah, he's
very tall.
well over 6
and he
foot.
bowls from, if you look now, Graham, right at the top of.
And well fielded. Not easy for, as we say, for somebody so tall to get down that quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saves the run. But again, both of these batsmen have the ability to get to the boundary, so they won't be troubled by the odd dot ball.
No, not at all.
No. The pressure is on.
End of this over, we'll send James in for you.
Little push there from Garrett into the leg side. It will just be a 1. 2 fielders converging from the deep square boundary. Brings McDonald back onto strike. He's moved on to a brisk 25 from just 19. We're hoping for no more breaks, so we do get this game in. There's a cut-off time of 17 or 19:24.
Nicely played. Just a single out to deep extra.
Yeah, I think the key, as long as they keep on rotating the strike and picking up their singles. Simple cricket. Had a half a look there, but Safi was quick onto it. Prevents the 1 into the offside.
That concludes the over.
And we'll say goodbye to Heatley for the moment. He's going to be replaced by James
for our first stint together today. So at the end of the 8th over, Pembroke have moved to 48 for 1. Garrett on 14. McDonald on 26. So solid partnership building here. They have put on 44 together after the early loss at Tector in the first over. So welcome back, James.
Thank you, Graham. Yeah, it's been a very good rebuild. Going on at a good run rate of 6. It's way more than what the required run rate is. There's only 33 overs in this innings at max, but they have made sure that they've got their run rate ahead of what they need. So if there's DL or any other complication that comes into it, that should go down in Pembroke's favour, one would feel.
Well, the key is getting to 20 overs. We have no match if we don't get to 20 overs.
So yeah, that's right. So
yeah, no, as you said, they're managing it well at the moment.
McDonald's doing well, and JJ Garth, good support for both of them. They're just picking up the singles when they need to be. There's some good boundaries, an over or two ago. So they're in no real particular hurry. Don't have to do anything silly.
Were those boundaries much needed?
Apparently, yeah.
Okay,
I
the
would have
rumour
thought
going.
so. Yeah.
Rumour. So just a lovely push out into deep extra cover there.
That was a lovely shot, that.
Yeah. Nice steady run up here from Andriantos.
Oh, it's a lovely squirts off the edge of the bat there, but I get through for a single. Great,
Great fielding, direct hit, but McDonald was safely in by a few yards there, so it was a good call.
It's good cricket all round, really, wasn't it?
As some would say, an easy one. As long as you're positive, you can see how far down McDonald is before the throw even comes in. So he was well safe.
Well past. He's on his way to the pavilion. So the 50 up for Pembroke. That's a good
that
line.
50 coming off 8.3 overs. So as you said, with a run rate currently 5.88, with only a run rate of 4.61 needed, you would say they're giving themselves a little bit of breathing room at the moment.
Well, that's it, isn't it? So if there is more rain or there is some sort of delay that comes through from now on, you'd be pretty comfortable that you're ahead of DL. And so they've been very smart about it, Pembroke. This one just drifts slightly off on the legs, but just played out there to mid-wicket, and there is protection there, so only a dot ball.
Yeah, I think the first thing Pembroke will want is to get to 20 overs.
For sure, make it a match.
Make it a match. And then, like that, if they have kept it ahead of DL, then they won't, either way, they won't care what happens, but it's nothing matters until they get to 20 overs. Oh, in a big appeal. I think he must have got outside the line there. Looking to get down and ramp that.
I thought he wasn't. It was an interesting shot. If we watch this again,
you can see him moving across his line. Right. Now, actually, the leg, it did hit his...
I think it hit his hand, didn't it? Or something. No, I don't know. I thought it... Anyway, the umpire said it was not out, and that's the main thing from their point of view. Where are we here? Oh, we haven't been... Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, right. So, after 9, it's 50 for 1.
Yeah. Would you say a little early for that? Oh, I'm just going to knock off now because it's the end of the 9th overs and we'll bring back Craig into the box. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Graham and Heatley, for opening up the first partnership.
James, good to be back with you.
O'Sullivan, thank you, Craig. Great to have you back as well.
So do we have to stab the other two for not keeping up our notes?
Absolutely we do, and I think...
Lovely shot down to third. Fielder will get there. Keeps it to a single. Good work in the field.
There was a good bit of fielding there. They were half tempted to go for a second, but quite rightly decided not to.
Well, Blake, 27.
This one just played out to the covers, but there's someone there fielding in the ring, and there's no run.
There seems to be an air of, what's the word I want to use? Determination about Blake today. Gets through for a single on the misfield.
Almost carried to the fielder, I think, that one. Don't know if it was any serious chance of a catch, but they get through for a single. So crack straight into the ground, and it gets to...
Oh, very casual pickup on the boundary there. If that had taken a small hop or didn't bounce properly,
he could have been a bit embarrassed.
He'd have looked very silly. As it was, he gets away with it.
Yeah, it was a nice pickup in the end. It's always great when it goes your way.
This one, straight to him.
Well, they're pretty happy with this bowler's line. They've just been cutting this away on the offside and picking up singles, rotating the strike. So I don't know if there's a chance this bowler might need to try something a little bit different. This one's a bit, that's a ball, a bit more onto the middle and leg. Ends the over with a dot. 4 from it. So after 10, it's 54 for 1.
Going along quite nicely. His early loss of that wicket by Tim Tector, obviously not a big help. At the same stage, Cork County were 30 for 2 with the opening spell of Paul Lawson and Andrew Bolton coming to an end. So in a good spot. It'll be interesting to see if there's a change. There is indeed a change of bowling here now. I think you're going to find the name Kerry is on the back of the shirt, perhaps.
Yeah.
D. Kerry will be coming on from the St John's end. And with 23 overs to go, Pembroke just require 110. Left arm spinner. I saw him bowling on the practice wickets between innings, and I have to say he got one to lift a huge amount.
He did, didn't he?
But that was on an uncut strip. Let's see how he goes. He starts off nicely, picking up the inside edge of the bat.
Yeah, just squirts away on the leg side there. They get 1. But he wouldn't be too unhappy with that.
No, good start for Kerry. Did you ever see the Drew Carey show?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's quite good in this day. This one just played away sort of backward a point. No run.
Getting through his over quickly. Push that one down a little shorter. Pushed away.
He seems, in the form that JJ's in at the moment, he seems to be able to pick gaps at will. Doesn't really matter where you put your fielder.
Yeah. He has time.
He does have lots of time, doesn't he? Carried to continue. This one's way short, and it's clubbed away on the leg side. Gets past mid-wicket, who gets a hand on it to stop it from going to the boundary. They only pick up 1. Good bit of fielding in the end, but he would be disappointed he didn't middle that. No, bowler would be very relieved, I think, that
got away with one
he
there,
got away
really.
with yeah, that was a bit of a sort of the bad ball of the over. This one
Given a bit more air. The fielder in the ring does his work this time. Last time he sort of dived at it like a despairing goalkeeper. Cut it nicely away, square of the wicket. There is a fielder out there. It will just be a single, but a nice shot, James.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was like pitched up, and he just sort of cut that away. Beautiful sort of late drive or late cut. In between those two anyway. So after 11, it's 58 for 1. It's another 4 run over. And
that's grand at the moment, these
yeah,
two.
I just wonder what Cork can do to buy a wicket, maybe.
This is a good stand for Pembroke. 54 these two have put on together now. O'Sullivan to continue from the nursery end.
Spin on both ends now. That's well cut away, and it gets past the man at backward point. It won't make the boundary, or will it? No, they get to pull it up just in time, but they'll pick up 3.
target at the moment, as we understand it, is 172 from 36. But we suspect that that isn't the actual situation.
164, baby, from 33.
Oh, lovely. Gets again, just placed it really well, just enough to entice the fielder to have to dive, but it goes to the boundary.
Gets there quite safely. Good to see Geraldine Banks watching, joining us online here. Geraldine, hope you're enjoying the coverage. And look at that, super shot, punched away by McDonald.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
As I say, it's the balance and timing I love, watching good batsmen.
Oh, that's a good ball though. Just squares up the batter. Just needs to bowl that line. Force the batter to do something out of his comfort zone.
Less than 100 required now.
Oh, there you go.
Got
That's
him.
it. Forced him back, and it was too quick for him. It was a quicker ball, and it bowled him.
Well, that's the loss of a second wicket as Blake McDonald heads back. 35 to his name today, coming from just 33 deliveries. Well, Pembroke do require 98. They do have 8 wickets in hand, and you'd think that it wouldn't be too long. There it is, just taking his off stump. Disappointment on the batsman's face. As I said, I felt that Blake had an air of determination about himself today, and it showed in his 35 runs. Garth, standing tall, 22 from 33. Uncharacteristically quiet, I'd say, for JJ Garth.
Yeah, it's a support role, which is really, it's normally the other way around, isn't it? But he's been watchful. He knows that it's just to get above the DL sort of level and keep it there. Don't do anything crazy. Doesn't have to at this stage.
Yep, no, absolutely right. Well, he's been joined by another new partner this time. We saw Tim earlier. This time it's Jack in the distinctive red helmet. Love it when he's out there in the middle. It looks well, and it makes him easy to identify. In the absence of numbers on the Pembroke shirts, he says, moaning.
Or names or something.
Hieroglyphics.
Maybe that's,
Pictures.
Straight away he's off the mark there. It's a cheeky little single. Play it away just behind point, and they come through for the single. He's off the mark, as I say.
Jack always likes to get that first run under his belt quite quickly, I feel. Never hangs around betting himself in or anything. Likes to start as he means to go on. Another one played into a similar spot, the fielder again.
What's interesting about these two, sorry, I'll get back to that thought in a second, at the 67 for 2 off the 12. What's interesting with these two in particular that I've noticed over this season is how quick they are between the wickets. So where you think it wouldn't be a run for anyone else, they somehow squeeze a run, and it looks comfortable. That one there, the fielder wasn't too deep.
Even closer to the fielder than the previous ball.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, he wasn't too deep.
And they still managed to get through, which is so frustrating for a bowler.
Yeah, leaking runs where you don't think runs should be leaked. Well, and also, if you're bowling at the same guy for 6 balls in a row, you're putting him under some pressure. But if they're just swapping ends every so often, they're just picking off as they wish. So, Kerry to continue from the St John's end with his spin.
It's a good ball to start. It's played back to him. Dot ball.
Field well spread for Garth. Plenty of real estate for him to play into, though. This one takes the edge of the bat and squirts away on the offside.
Yeah, just tried to work that one around the leg side, but got through the shot too quick. Found the edge of his bat, all right.
This time, the fielder in the ring's going to do his job. Good backing up, good hard work there by the backers up. Unseen, unappreciated.
Covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, just on the off chance they'd be required.
That's a good shot.
It's a very late cut down towards Collins Nook. The fielder gets down there, the slide and pick up and throw.
Pick up 2.
And
Nice soft hands, hasn't he, for a shot like that?
lovely, lovely soft hands. Just give us an update on the score there, James.
It's 69 for 2, giggity.
We're currently
Yeah, first 3 overs.
Again, just another single. I don't think Carey's bowling too badly, actually. I think he's...
Seems to be a young lad doing well at this Premier League level.
Yeah, just sort of
right.
forcing the batsman onto the back foot. They're bringing a slip now for the new batter. I like this. But, yeah, not the right length, maybe. That's the end of the over. 70 up now, 70 for 2 of 13. And they seem to be going through quite comfortably. At the same time, Cork were 44 for 3. So you can see the
they
disparity.
didn't really do well up top. It was towards the end of the innings they really pushed on well.
They did.
And achieved that target of 172. Although we do feel that may be adjusted by the scorers and computers.
Yeah, because we lost 3 overs because of the last rain break.
Yeah.
That's nicely bowled. Forces the batsman just to play a defensive shot. And starts with the dot. They think
Given,
they've got a wicket and it's
they
been
have.
given.
Garth goes 70 for 3, and Pembroke, little bit of trouble, possibility of trouble.
Well, you start to feel a little bit anxious if you were the captain, wouldn't you? Be like, hang on.
What are you doing, lads?
Yeah. Just edge that faintest of edges through to the keeper.
This game really does have the potential now to be a big banana skin to Pembroke's hopes in the Premiership this year. And this one just slashed up and cut into the keeper's hands. Garth, hoping for a stay of execution, wasn't to get it, and that brings forth Gavin Hoey to the crease. Well, certainly a well-capable batsman coming in at number 5 today.
He's well and truly, I mean, they're all capable. It's just a matter of, can they just keep it under control? Do they have to, keep pushing that run rate so far ahead? Maybe they do because of potential DL issues, but...
Well, we won't find anything out about DL for another 6 and a bit overs.
But I think this bowler has been very good. It's 2 wickets he's picked up. He's just got that really deceiving fastball, I think. And he's been cramping up the batsman. That one just defended.
Hoey really went on the front foot there, defending that one out. Bit shorter, and Hoey onto it quickly.
And he
And
hits
the
it.
defending fielder, well, he couldn't even push it round the corner. It went past his hand like a rocket. Here it is. You could see a good bit of force put into that, and despite that despairing dive in the ring, it's travelled its way unhindered to the boundary.
At a great rate of knots. This one as well. His bat doesn't sound great either. Maybe it's just the microphones we have.
It could be the microphones, because you've got the left and right, so you might be getting an elongated sound.
It's almost like a double.
Yeah. But yeah, they haven't sounded great. 74 for 3 then after 14. Good over for Cork County with a wicket falling in it, and that's brought Gavin Hoey to the middle. And 2 relatively new batsmen now. Jack Tickner having only faced 2 deliveries thus far, and Gavin Hoey, well, he saw out the end of that O'Sullivan over the last 3 deliveries. Yes, Geraldine Banks would have sat just behind us inside the score box on many, many occasions down here at Sydney Parade in the last years of the last century. she joins us on stream today.
Good to hear.
It's always good to hear when members who we haven't seen down in Sydney Parade for a while do have an opportunity to see Pembroke playing. I had one to come. The umpires have called over. And now Niall is going off to, he's hoping to fix the camera.
Yeah, because it is just annoyingly off centre, isn't it?
Yeah. It's giving that sort of... Well, when you get used to that straight-on view, this one becomes very sort of peculiar. There it goes now.
Well defended. This is he's been a very effective bowler, this bowler, O'Sullivan. 2 for 29 of his 5.
After 14, 74 for 3.
Good, nothing much happened there. Great.
Hoey 4 of 4, Tector 1 of 2. Well, at least they finished the over. So, Carey back on.
Just measuring his run up.
He's done that at the start of each of his overs thus far. He's bowled well, James. Left-arm spinner.
Yeah, he has. I'm impressed by the spin attack that Cork have.
Tector again, very keen to take on the single. Does so without concern. It was
good early call.
Yep. So 75 for 3. This chase not being the foregone conclusion that perhaps Pembroke were hoping for.
No, this bowling change has been very effective for them.
Potential for an upset here now, James, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, which would be great for the viewer's point of view. Make it a very exciting game. It's too short.
Well, that's played away nicely on the offside. It's threading the eye of the needle, and the top of the needle is closed, and that's a nice bit of fielding in the deep. Still, 2 more onto the total. Pembroke will be grateful for. Approaching the halfway mark in terms of runs at least. Played down the ground for an easy single.
Yep.
The fielder will come running in and Jack Tector will make moves as if he's going to take a second,
Yeah.
but the reality is he's not.
Well, they had that man in long off, I should say, and there was going to be a single there every time. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. But a couple of dots in the over so far. Good over in the end.
Bowler collects his own for a dot ball, as James says, just 4 coming from the over, 78 for 3 off 15. Scoring rate just above 5, and, well, we don't know exactly where the finishing line is. That's part of the problem today.
So 15
how many
down.
runs do they need and how many overs are there to go? Is that correct?
So
Give or take a run.
Okay.
Okay.
About whether, yeah.
So it looks like live scoring has been updated with the new
Targets
figures
and everything.
targets,
Well, that
yeah.
makes it easier for us, doesn't it?
I'd like to, I mean, I wonder how many overs these two get if they don't get a breakthrough before. Maybe just someone walking the dog behind or in front of the side screen behind the batters, or in the batter's view there.
Oh, hit with some force, but the fielder rides the bounce quite nicely. Prevents any run being taken.
That's why I'm impressed with Gavin's batting. He does hit it really hard.
When he hits it, it stays hit, that's for sure.
Certainly does.
Oh, it just went past the keeper. It's going to run away for 4, and that's one of those shots where the bowler will feel there's no justice in the world. And Hoey will feel it's 4 more runs to me. I'll take them, thanks very much. And the score moving on to 82 for 3. There's a bit of a breeze still in the air, James, but I think we're going to avoid any rain for a while.
Well, that's it. Doesn't seem to be any really threatening clouds coming through with this breeze. So touch wood, hopefully they can get through the rest of this game without interruption. That's a good shot out there for the covers, but there is a man there. Saves one.
Well, just tucked away off his legs.
Yes, it goes out to the leg side, to the mid-wicket sort of region. They get through for a single. Got forward very well to that, trying to smother the spin.
5 off the over so far. Good over for Pembroke.
Trying to delicately dab that one down behind the point, but couldn't get it. Couldn't do it soft enough. So they just finish the over out with the dot ball, but a good over there for Pembrokes. They move on to 83. Thank you. 83 for 3.
Well, Sullivan 6 overs now. His 2 wickets, costing 34 runs, but I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that. Run a ball perhaps, but 2 vital wickets of the 3 to fall. Kerry now.
Fielded that one quite well actually. He's lost his footing, but he still kept an eye on the ball and took it cleanly. So the pitched right up and it's just played down to long on. They pick up a single.
Now you still see episodes of fielding that will leave you in stitches and laughing, saying that I could never do that. But the standard of fielding, especially at the top level of the game now, is just so much better than it was in years gone by.
Oh, it's really, you can say it's professional now, isn't it? Oh, that's a good shot. And that's
all the way. That's
6.
the maximum. And that takes Pembroke on to 90. And that shot was a bit close to the fielder. I saw a hesitation in your voice there, James.
It was a bit like, ooh, as he just holed out in the deep there. But I'd love to be able to place a shot like a flat 6 like that. And he's tried it again. Must be careful, doesn't...
It does favour that shot. He played it so well against Merion in that last over to get the 16 runs that were required for victory. Amazing, amazing game. But he utilised that shot down on one knee a fair bit. Well, that's not where he wanted that one to go. The wicketkeeper travels a long way to no avail. That will round out Kerry's 4th over, will it? No, one to come.
No, one to come, I think.
One to come.
Brings Garth on the strike. He backs away and cuts that away through the extra cover. They come back for a second. That's really good running.
An errant throw meant that they got back safely for the second. Another good over for Pembroke. 10 coming on that over. 93 for 3 after 17. And the total required now, well, it's been passed by the total scored and is receding into the distance. 70 required now from 16 overs. 4 1/3.
What's interesting is that I don't think there's any discussion about acceleration or whatever. I just think it's the bad ball's there to be hit. I'm just going to hit it.
Yep. They're not sort of looking to...
No.
They're waiting for the ball to come to them. Jack may be looking to when he plays that sort of rampy shot.
Maybe.
But again...
If it's there to be played...
He'll play it. Why not?
Sullivan to continue. Good use of the feet there. Gets it past the... sort of, what do you call that, wide mid-wicket? I don't know.
Just out of the way, really.
Yeah.
He's just off screen. You can see a shadow at the top left of your screen.
Extra wicket.
Garth now patting one back down the pitch.
Hoey, you mean? Hoey.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think Gavin. I made a mistake as well. Yeah. Sorry, Gavin. Oh, cuts that away. Lucky he got a bit of flight and that he didn't want to get, and he was lucky he didn't put that into the hands of the cover fieldsman.
Oh, he feels he messed out though. He
Yeah.
thought he should have cleared the cover fieldsman. This time along the ground.
Goes through sort of the extra cover and they pick up a single. It's almost like he got through that shot too quick.
Yeah.
And just popped up as opposed to getting on the carpet all the way down to the boundary. Survives though.
Hector expert at just picking up the singles even inside the ring. Another one. And that's all Pembroke need really, because the boundaries will come.
Wow, there's a lot of, if that's true, what the live score is telling us. There's only 67 to get, and they've got a lot of time to get it. So, after 18, it's 96 for 3. And what's interesting here is that there's no maidens. They just keep on getting enough to keep it ticking over.
A good over will come along.
Yep. But they stay in touch with 3, 4 and over.
And with Jack Tector facing Kerry, I do feel we're going to see that ramp shot coming out again.
And Kerry's making sure he's not going to bowl a no ball or front foot no ball. Yep,
There we
there he
go.
goes again. This time it's only going to be the single. Hits it to deep square.
Dermot Casey.
Dermot Casey, yeah.
Having said Drew Casey at the start, I'd had to stop saying, because in my head I kept saying Drew. That's not right. I know it's not right. So instead, yeah, Dermot Casey.
Hold you on straight now. Cuts it away beautifully, actually. There's no one really.
Fielder will get to it, but it won't stop them picking up an easy 2. Nice 2 as well. Takes the score on to 99 for 3. In the 19th over.
That sounded good.
They're
There's a
looking
man
for
in the
2
deep.
again. The call of 2 was very early. Upon review, they decided that perhaps 1 would suffice. And 100 comes up for Pembroke. Now just 63 required. And it's 33 overs that Pembroke have in total. They've used
Reasonably confident.
18 and a half of them.
That's 63 for the super over.
That one just defended back to the bowler.
It's not a catch, that's too high.
Yeah, and that's
into the crowd. There's a little sizable crowd has gathered outside the chapel. Nigel Poff and Graham Toomey, freshly back from Ascot. I wonder if he's talking to Mr. Brannigan yet.
yeah, Brian Brannigan. Yeah, that, I'm just going to say, go back to that shot there. That's just, I wish I could manufacture half a shot like that.
Yeah.
Just step across, give yourself some room, play across the line, and get 6.
Yeah, just to play.
Yeah. Graham said he could do all those things individually, but yeah.
Yeah, to have, you see, James, I've never worn a helmet, and as a result, it ruled out a whole load of shots for me. When they started playing reverses and the such like, I saw what happened to Kevin Ryan when he top edged one into his face.
Yeah.
He used to be a good-looking guy before then. It was tragic. As I always say, his helmet.
Did wear a helmet.
His helmet.
Once.
His helmet was cost him 750 quid, and it was 50 quid for the helmet and 700 quid for the dental work before the helmet. You know, it was. So never got into playing those sorts of shots, but yes, I can only imagine how good it feels to go down on one knee and just lift him like that, and having the confidence to do so.
You might change your bowling. It's B Nabby. And that last over cost Cork 10 runs. Good over for Pembroke. There now, Pembroke were 106 for 3 after 19, sorry. So we're almost on the cusp of an official match.
The par was, I think, 88.
Good call there by Hoey.
Both batsmen trusting each other implicitly. Once the call was made, the batsmen were on their way. No panic, no fuss.
This one just worked back on the leg side and
Oh, that's going to reach the
it's
boundary.
going to be
That
4
is-
overthrows. That is really, really sloppy.
That's the most
that's-
careless thing I've seen in a long time. And
The mid-wicket fielder picked it up, threw it really wide of the keeper, and it went straight to the boundary for 4.
nobody backing the keeper up, and nobody there to stop it reaching the
So that's the
boundary.
most interesting 4 that Gavin Hoey's ever. 5. Gavin Hoey.
Because they ran the single as well.
Oh, yeah.
Or is it 6 because he's facing again?
Might be 6. Yeah.
Well,
It is 6, actually.
Apparently they didn't run one. It's
Oh,
4.
no. No, it's 4.
But even so,
Yeah.
what the strangest 4 you've ever scored? That's going to rank quite highly for Gavin Hoey.
Well, all of a sudden it makes it 6 from the over. And that just helps with the pressure. So it's 112, 4-3 after 20. And is it 20 plus 1 ball makes a game, was it? Or 20, okay, so that game on.
Game on.
And at the same time,
24 ahead.
yeah, Cork were 85 for 4 in comparison to 112 for 3. Now these two batsmen, who don't seem to feel like they've been out there for a long time, but they seem quite set. Jack Tetrov 19 from 16, Hoey 24 from 26. So, are we going to have a change of bowling now? I think we might. Looks like they're going to bring in the pace attack.
Well, I think Khan, the 5th bowler to be used. I think he needs to get into his stride straight away.
Yeah, we've only got 51 till victory. You don't really have any room for any loose balls or
Extras.
extras, indeed. Sun's back out again. Looks really nice now. Great conditions. A bit of warmth in the air out there. So I'm told.
Yeah.
A few people in the...
How's Graham got on with his dinner? Are you all finished?
Khan coming through for his first. And it's just let go through the keeper.
Useful enough delivery.
Yeah.
Tall lad. He'd be coming down from quite a height, and there seems to be a bit of pace about him. The keeper's taken a good gap back there. 1-2 for 3. This is the 21st over of 33. 51 required.
Yeah, you think the ball's going to get a lot of bounce from that height. It's got long levers. It's too wide though.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You give Jack Tector that sort of width, he's going to play you down to that boundary, down the hill. Always thought of Pembroke as being quite flat for the first sort of 20, 30 years. But
not
sitting here
anymore.
in the commentary box, you kind of notice how much of undulations there are across the ground, the way it slopes down to the
Yeah.
Weirfield Road gate where the rugby pitch is, and even on this side. Little dents and hollows along the way. Tector
That's how we...
gets back on strike. Dug myself out of that hole.
Didn't you? Well, now it's under 50 for victory.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of batting to come, so yeah, I just think Cork were definitely about 100 runs, 80 to 100 runs short. And the rain didn't help, and it's hard to get some momentum when it's interrupted. And also you have your overs reduced, all that one just
Yeah, everything has
out.
conspired against Cork
It
today,
really
really,
has.
hasn't it?
It has. It's been hard work for the guys.
It's a long trip up the motorway, and then to be stuck with on and off during their innings, never knowing how many overs they were going to have left, and should they begin their thrash now? Is that it? Oh no, there it is.
Excuse me. Oh, hit decline by mistake.
Go around. James leaving the commentary box and taking a phone call. I'll be joined now by Graham Mooney. I'm sure he, having seen Graham come in, will be over soon enough. Oh, you need the cushion. The cushion for the pushing. Khan bowling well here, but Pembroke going along nicely. These two came together pretty much at the same time, and their partnership, they came together with the score on somebody's writing.
67.
65. 65. So, you know, they have nearly put on 50 now.
Yeah.
One short of a 50 partnership.
And there is that one.
And there we go. 50 partnership. Pembroke will feel a lot better now with that under their belt. Up as high as 115 for 3 off 21. Niall's going to bring up some graphics for us now. And there is the partnership. Oh, 45. Okay, there you go.
They're fine looking lads, aren't they?
Somebody's note taking is off.
Wasn't me.
I know it wasn't you because you didn't take notes.
I know, I forgot to.
Yeah. Doesn't matter second innings
I was a
really.
bit-
You only do it for the first
Yeah.
innings because that's what you want to compare where you are now
Yes.
to before and see what happened in the first innings in comparison to the second. It's not so important to keep it on the second innings, but it is interesting when you look back
Yeah.
over past games you've covered and you go, oh yeah, I remember that game, and you know,
Maybe I should write in there, I was eating my spice bag.
yeah, well,
Hence why my note taking wasn't good.
certainly a good idea to come across some food today.
It's a long day. We've been here since
a long
half
week.
11.
Long weekend, mate.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Heatley. I should really put my cap back on now. At the end of the over then, I shall hand over to Heatley and allow him, Graham, to take you through to the end of this game, this Premiership Championship game, and he gets away with one a little bit there.
Oh, he
It's going to
did.
run to the boundary, but he could very easily have been stumped there. He fell over, he was unbalanced, and he was in difficulty there. He was a bit beaten, really. Came down the track, beaten.
Yes.
It could be buys.
Well, he's lucky that while we can show him the pictures, the book does not tell
Yeah.
that story.
No,
It
4 runs.
It just says 4 runs, and that's what Ollie cares about. He's still not out.
Well, that's 25 he's on to now.
Again, it's just a little push, but it is fielded well.
And that, of course, will bring up the 49 partnership.
Yes.
Let's keep an eye on that now that we've heard.
No, you had 46 at the last, so 50 now.
Okay,
That one that popped up, was it not?
it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. Again, the note taking was off. Niall will no doubt bring it up. It's the end of the over. 22 overs done. I'm going to bid you farewell and thank everybody for joining us this weekend. Next broadcast
Thursday.
Niall's throwing his hands up in the air.
The
We'll let you know
yeah.
before we go home.
Women's ones are here on Thursday anyway. Women's twos are away on Tuesday, and I don't know if there's a game on Wednesday yet. So I'll just give me one moment, and I will update us. Oh, big blow! Side screen's gone. Big wind has blown. Has managed to move the side screens. So Hoey with just a push into the offside, fielded well, but they still safely get through for the 1. Can bowling into a second over. So yeah, the only home game this week until the weekend is on Thursday, when the women's ones take on the Hills here. Thursday evening, 6:15 start. So 120 for 3 off 22.
moving along nicely, wouldn't you say, Heatley?
It's been a very good partnership, Graham.
Just past the 50 mark.
The running between the wickets by these two has been fantastic. Taking singles which have annoyed Cork County, which is, it's what batters love to do. They've turned a couple of ones into twos.
Well, like that, when you're trying to defend the total and they're still picking up the ones everywhere, where can you build the pressure?
It's difficult, all right.
Especially when you wouldn't say it's a challenging total. The run rate was never above 5.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah, just gently out to deep mid on. An easy walked one for the batters.
I've been impressed for quite some time at Zubair Khan, Graham. He's a very good bowler.
Tall lad.
Yeah, tall lad. You know, nice rhythm, nice run up.
Yeah, so many bowlers don't realise how important it is to have a good run up.
Look now, big run up. He's coming from the 30-yard discs.
Oh, he gets big movement there. Through the batsman, through the wicketkeeper. It is going to be pulled in and it will just be one. Yeah, one by.
One by, yeah. Not sure if Zubair can believe
how that got through.
That got through everything.
Yeah. And of course, with the big in-swinger he bowled there, the wicketkeeper found it difficult to get anything onto it. He did just enough to keep it from reaching the boundary.
Yeah.
So one to the total.
One to the total. Pembroke 122 now for the loss of 3 wickets. In comes Zubair Khan, right arm over the wicket. Nicely played by Jack Tector, pushed very confidently
and
to short extra.
Nice early loud no. No doubt about it.
I love that. I love an early clear call.
That's what I often tell a lot of kids, especially the girls. You're scream, shout at each other. You're not allowed to do it at home. Do it here on the pitch.
Absolutely.
Scream no, scream yes. Leave no doubt. Nobody's going to give out to you. Quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite. They'll thank you.
Yeah. So that's another
good over. Yeah.
Maybe half a thought in your head. Maybe they should have tried Khan earlier.
Yeah. I was only talking about that on the wall there for a few minutes.
Yeah, he's like, I think what, 4th, 5th choice bowler here today. So
thought Diarmuid Kerry bowled very well. He's been around a long time. Diarmuid, a very experienced cricketer, super bowler, man on top of his brief.
Yeah, Khan the 6th bowler today. I suppose you never get it right as captain. You're never right. I always remember once after winning a game, I was questioned by the players of some of my decisions, and I'm like, we won the game. Still, some of them weren't happy.
It's well bowled. Just held it back slightly.
Yeah, Tector off
I
balance.
Like that, yeah. Well bowled. The bowler saw him coming.
He needs to mix up his pace. Oh, good sweep.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot.
And that's super calling and running again from Pembroke.
That's what I said to you. It's been that Jack is it's his greatest strength, his calling and running. He's permanently pushing the fielders, and obviously whilst he didn't play the bulk of his cricket here, he's been playing senior cricket for 12, 13 years now. So
again the sweep.
Yeah.
And a quick call from Howie allows them to pick up the single. Well, I was taught as a very young age, watch the game that you're playing. Like, I know a lot of kids go off the nets and play stumpy and blah blah, but you learn which fielders have the good arms. You learn which hand they throw from. Oh, big swing and a miss from Howie. Just missing. Very lucky to still be there. But yeah, it's very important to watch the game and find out like when you go into bats, who can I risk a run
Yeah.
against? How's he going? How's he running? Oh, that's a chance. It's in the air on the run. No, he can't get there. It will just be 4 runs. A bounce just in front of the boundary rope. The fielder
I'm
did
not
his
sure
bit.
whether there's quite a need to.
Go up and over.
Yeah,
now.
just yet, you know.
Well, I don't know if there's a need to go at all today. Again, it's well bowled. He did drag that one down. He saw him advancing.
It's been a very good over. He's been unlucky.
Yeah.
But the wind was always just taking it away from the
Yeah.
chaser.
He made a great effort, but he was always a couple of yards short of getting there.
Yeah.
But
Virtually run for run. Jack Tector 29 off 34. Cavan Hoey 31 off 32. Virtually matching each other.
Well, the great thing is looking at the skies. There's no pressure with the weather to like try to finish it early. They are picking up just there as we see again. They are picking up singles as they
Time
want.
and time again, Graham.
Yeah.
It's been the one noticeable feature.
But there's nothing wrong with being boring.
No. Well, it's what you were talking about in the Cork County innings.
Yeah.
Was your point. Get me a minimum of 6 singles.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's well played. It goes straight to the fielder with deep square leg. Another single though, and again brings the score required just to 31. And again, nice and simple cricket. He rolled his wrists, kept on top of the ball. No chance of a catch because it's straight into the ground.
This is a 33 over game.
Yes. Yeah.
Shot.
That's well pushed
Lovely
into the
shot,
leg
yeah.
side. Beating the fielder in close by just placement.
Lovely shot.
And again, that confidence to call the single because they know where the ball is going. Cork, of course, they're fighting all the way here,
Oh,
but
very much so.
just finding just trying to find that breakthrough is difficult.
They've been very competitive. They've been very good. Really impressed with them.
Yeah, there's just a couple of moments in the game where you would point to where they fell off a little, just when they were in the ascendancy, especially the Upman run out.
Yeah. That was the turning point in terms of the
last 3-4
Cork County.
overs.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
You know, that turned
90-200.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a fine shot from Hoey.
Should just be the one.
It is a 1. But it just shows you how important who you pick on the boundary. Your boundary riders are
Crucial. Absolutely.
You can't just be stick
crucial.
anyone out there.
No, it's a very skilled position.
And that flat throw.
Yeah.
So many people you see, it's more aerial,
Yeah.
but it's that one, as you said, the
that
one bounce in.
One bounce throw is
Quite a skill.
yeah.
Oh,
Nicely
beautifully.
played. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous,
Soft hands.
gorgeous control.
Simple cricket. Taking every run that's on offer. They're playing the ball where the fielders aren't.
5 singles off the over. It's been very good so far.
Yeah. This is when you're a captain, you dream of having 13, 14 fielders because you just can't.
Yeah.
You can't fill the gaps.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, the batters are
You know,
just finding. No matter where you move somebody.
The whole mid wicket
Yeah.
area here, Graham.
Yeah. This will take some fine bowling to protect that. But Howie straight away.
Here we go. It's just the one, but it's a fine one. A really good over for Pembroke. 6 off the over.
Again, it's a simple game when you do it right. And at the moment, you have to say Tector and Howie aren't doing it right.
They've been very good, very impressive.
Just when it was a little shaky because they both came together.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
Pretty at the same time, so 2 wickets had gone down together. You know, Garrett and McDonald had departed quite close to each other.
what have the guys put on, Graham?
We're over 50.
Okay. Because
They came together at 70. So 66.
Very good.
Yeah.
Because at 3 down, you felt that Cork felt they were right in the game, and rightly so too.
And also that 66 has come in just over 11 overs.
Yeah, very good.
So again, they're a run a ball.
Yeah.
And when the run rate's less than a run a ball, there's nothing more you have to do.
Yeah.
As I always say, there's no points for show or for finishing early. In fact, you're going to lose points if you lose wickets. You want as many bonus points as possible.
Pembroke got to remember, dare I say it, if the heavens opened now, you know, they're right on top. So,
but a wicket or two could shift that.
Absolutely. So,
you don't want to see that.
Just be conscious of that.
Yeah. But at the start of play today, there was only 6.5 points separating the top 3 teams.
Yeah.
Leinster on 126.5, and Clontarf and Pembroke on 120.
Yeah, nothing.
Oh, that's gone down, slipped down the leg side. That's racing away. Shows the pace.
It's 5 wides.
Yeah, it shows the pace that Nabby bowls at.
Yeah.
He's unlucky with the new profile wides that he didn't get one from the umpire just to go for him.
Just talking to some of the guys on the wall, they were telling me they were very impressed with Nabby midweek down in Cork. They said he was really impressive.
Again, I'm not sure of his age, but he's certainly shown today. He bowls like differing deliveries. Like he's not just bowling one stock ball and trying to spin it. He's varying his pace, his length, where he bowls from.
This seagull has been fascinating me all day. He's got the cleanest head on him.
That's a big hit from Howie. Nobody on the boundary, so no chance. But no need for anyone on the boundary because it clears the rope. That's a big hit. Because we've often said it these last few weeks, those boundary ropes are right back on the... Just gets under it.
Got it flush, got under it, and really good connection.
And it just shows you all of a sudden...
it's...
16.
Yeah.
11 runs from the over. Just in one delivery, technically, with the wides not counting.
Yes.
11
runs off 2 deliveries.
Yeah, it just now
makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, they can just cruise, get the red ink against your name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Howie, of course, might be thinking of 50. Oh, not with a shot like that, he won't though. I don't think either of these batsmen will be thinking about that though.
No,
not a personal milestone.
No. I think they've done a very good job, the pair of them.
Yeah.
They've steered the middle order beautifully.
Yeah, of course, on Friday night, Howie opened the batting for Pembroke.
Yeah.
It didn't quite go for him. He got out early. But he's in the middle order, he's so destructive, so strong. Like Craig and James are talking about how hard he hits the ball.
Yeah.
When he hits it,
at times, it looks as if he's nearly trying to overhit it.
Yeah.
For someone who's so skillful and got such a good eye.
Yeah.
And as you say, hits it with so clean.
Quick hands.
Yeah.
You see it there again. Oh, that squeeze is
lovely.
True. But his hands are so fast.
He's developed into a superb cricketer, Gavin Howie.
Well, he's all round, really.
Oh, very much so.
One of the best fielders in the team. We've seen here how well he bats and the odd time he bowls.
The captain would like having him on the team, I reckon.
Yes. He's definitely one of those names you're not thinking of leaving out. If he puts the thumbs up in the WhatsApp group about being available, he's in the side.
Yeah. And Jack Tector's done an excellent job for Pembroke this year.
Oh, absolutely.
He's been a rock in the middle order.
Hasn't he? Like his ton in the Leinster Senior Cup in the first round was magnificent in Early Park. His iconic, which has become iconic, innings in Anglesey Road against Marion in the league earlier in the year. As just, and again today, just some would say, only 32, but at the right time.
Oh, yeah. Going at, a fine strike rate up in the mid to high 90s.
I don't remember a chance given.
No, neither do I.
So yeah, he is. Upon this rock you shall build my church. In the middle order.
Change of bowling. Profit comes into the attack.
Just a gentle push. And another one to the total. Yeah,
Nicely played by Hoey. Just leant into that, pushed it down the ground.
So it's showing just 14 required now.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you might still fancy a chance
Yeah, yeah.
on one of those uncovered pitches with the grass just about half an inch deep.
Well played.
And nobody allowed to hit an aerial shot, otherwise the coach would kill you.
That's the 150 for Pembroke.
That's a super innings from this group of battlers. Doing what is required on a very difficult day.
Yeah.
You'd have to say, unfortunately for Cork, after winning the toss, they got the worst of the weather conditions and the batting conditions being off and on.
I don't think the scores reflect the closeness of this game.
No.
I agree with you. I think they got the worst of the conditions.
Yeah.
They were unlucky. Upton with the run out was a huge blow for them. He was, because he'd just gone back-to-back sixes.
Yeah.
You know?
Like that, he'd taken on each and every bowler. He hit Hoey for sixes, Murray for sixes. Like that.
Looked very comfortable.
He just got to 70.
Yeah.
He was working the tail well, farming the strike when needed.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll be something on the journey home they'll talk about and wonder what if. Oh, that's up in the air, but there's no fielder.
Safe. I think it's safe, but it won't go for four. It's lugged a bit.
Yeah, that's just a nice shot onto the green.
Yeah.
An easy two.
Landed like a butterfly.
Yeah. That's a gimme.
Yeah, that's a gimme.
Yeah.
Again, good shot by Hoey. Saw that mid-off was in the ring.
Yeah. It's a safe enough. Once he made contact.
Oh yeah.
It was over 30. He was definitely hitting it more than 30 yards.
Yeah.
Fuller. That's just pulled into
Should
the
just be the one.
Just Profit just searching for that Yorker. Couldn't quite get under Hoey's bats.
Looks to be a good all-round cricketer, Profit.
Yeah.
Batted very well, I thought.
No, he had a good knock earlier.
He did, yeah.
Again, this is why you feel for Cork and the distances they have to travel. Because again, these are all the logistics that put pressure on a team that the Leinster teams don't have.
Nicely played by Tactor.
Like it's not
there
easy.
There might be two there. No, it's just the one.
No risks needed. It's not easy getting up at 7 to travel to a game and then have to travel home after. So, and they've shown some real fight and some talent today. So there is a makings of a very good team.
Oh, absolutely.
They just need a bit of luck. They've had some unlucky weather-related games, and again today the weather did affect them.
No, I think Jim McCary coming back into the attack.
Just 9 needed from 6 overs. So I think you're only talking a matter when, not if. In fact, I'd say they're not going to risk anything, but you could see one bad ball and you could see the match ending in this over.
Could, yeah.
They're bringing in the slip, hoping to just maybe pick up another bonus point by picking up a wicket. Tector sensible as ever. Play it on its merits. I don't think we'll see him walking across the stumps trying to reverse scoop or something.
Wouldn't think so, but didn't quite catch it.
But that's
a good single, yeah.
Super running.
It's epitomised this partnership.
Yeah.
They're running right from the off,
singles whenever they
Graham,
want.
they have been.
Yeah.
They've just pushed the field time and time again.
That's, and I keep saying this, you can do this in a T20 as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not every ball has to go to the boundary. Oh, not there for that shot. Oh, he's lucky. He got just some bad on that. Going right back, trying to play it into the leg side, but that was looked like a quicker one from Kerry.
It was, and Kerry was about to go up, I think.
He had half in mind that I was going to just get through.
Yeah.
And again,
Well
just having a
bowled
look.
again.
Yeah. Just the one run from this over so far. Kerry doing what as best he can. You don't want to be the bowler the winning runs come off. Oh, he's back again, but safely into the cover fielder's hands. I tell you, I feel like running across the Marion at the end of this game. It looks like a hell of a game building up there.
Stephen Doheney still in, I wonder.
He is 56 off 27.
Well,
yeah, that could be the making of that game.
they'll be very anxious to Clontarf to shift him.
Well, yeah, just to give anyone watching an idea, Clontarf made 277 for 4 from their 31 overs, and that was revised to a target of 294 off 31 overs for Marion. So that was a run rate of 9.5. And Marion are going at a run rate of 9.5.
Wow.
They're 105 for 2 off 11 overs.
Wow, okay.
Now,
Doheney is what?
Doheney's 56 from 27.
Very good.
It is all about them keeping going.
Yeah, and that's not easy.
No, make that 115 off 11.3.
Okay.
It's just added 10 runs there. So Adam Rosley is starting. Oh, that's coming our way. But it is up in the air. It's a chance for the fielder. Oh, just over his head.
It's well fielded though.
And 2 more.
A very good throw.
Oh, just again another lob wedge.
Just held up into the wind.
Man, that could be one hell of a game in Marion. You kind of feel for them to win one of these tight ones. One of these extraordinary type games. Give their supporters something to cheer about.
Well played, Howie. Very well played by Gavin. Just soft hands.
Just the 5 required.
Pretty sure it's 6.
So 5 is par. Sorry, 6. No, the ever genius. Well, I'll never doubt Niall.
I think the boss man is right.
Yeah. Howie on 48. So a chance for him to get it at 50. Oh, he plays that back in the air, but the fielder is at the edge of the circle.
Did well.
Yeah, he stops any runs.
He did well.
That's great to see. Cork aren't throwing this game away. They're fighting every delivery.
They've been terrific, I think.
Oh, it's going to be 5 wides.
It is going to be 5 wides, and
so that is scores tied on par, if Niall is correct. If the fielders remain, I don't think the fielders know. The scores, I think.
Scoreboard gives the right clue.
The scoreboard says 163 is first innings. That means
Which
scores
would be
tied.
score to get
Yeah.
rid of the-
Yeah. So we have tied. Scores tied. 1 run needed. Howie will have to hit a boundary if he wants a 50.
or a 2.
No, because the match ends on 1.
Oh, of course, sorry.
Yeah.
It's 1 to win, sorry.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon.
He'll have to hit the boundary
Yes,
and
of
not
course.
move,
And
because
not
if they
move,
cross,
yeah.
it will be
Yeah.
Cross
1.
is fine. Just can't get to the other end.
No. Yeah. Yes. They're about to start the Oscar music by the feel of it.
Or as Bumble would say,
Start
start the car.
Start the tuk-tuk. Oh, he pushes it away.
Oh, and he's run.
And he's run the one. That's game before it reaches the boundary. He doesn't get a 50.
I don't think he minds.
No, it's a win.
No, it's a win. And
It's
a very
49.
comfortable win.
It'll only be 49 not out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But a great knock. Well, they put it up as 50, so we'll see.
Yeah.
That's they'd finished.
they-
They'd finished.
Just
Yeah.
one run required.
I
Stop. Doesn't
yeah.
stop.
No, he'd completed the run.
Boy.
Yeah. I had this argument when Orla was in one of the last year when they won theirs. No, I would say it goes down in the book as 4 because we don't have international ones.
Anyway,
So it's a win for Pembroke.
it's an excellent partnership.
That is a superb partnership. And that was a 93-run partnership.
Yeah, superb. Without
Or
a chance,
96.
really, you'd have to say.
97, sorry, my apologies. 97-run partnership from Tector and Howie. And the odd chance, the odd little moment, but nothing major.
Nothing major, no. Yeah.
No huge drop catches. It was moments where it just went by
Yeah.
wicketkeeper or
Yeah.
half a chance of an LBW.
Yeah, half a chance of a run out.
Yeah, but no actual real drop catches or into big shades for LBW. So, no, a fine win in a weather interrupted game. And well done to the umpires and the players for
Absolutely.
managing to get through a difficult day. And a DL reduced score target in a reduced game. Pembroke have managed to win by 7 wickets. And yeah, they'll be glad of the points.
Yep.
So yeah, we're gonna. It's still blustery as hell out there. You can just players exchanging handshakes, and what was a good-natured game. So
yeah,
I'm sure they'll have a drink together at the end, discuss a few moments.
I hope so.
Yeah. So
very impressed with Cork, Graham. I
Yeah.
thought they fought till the very end.
Yeah.
The turning point for me was no doubt about it. Upton.
Yep.
That run out.
Absolutely. What a brilliant run out it was from
it was.
Jack Tector.
Looking at the Cork County innings here, Morris and Moore opened the batting. Morris departed for 4. PJ Moore put on 12 before being dismissed.
They'll be the most disappointed today. 2 soft catches to Lawson, or off Lawson. Andriantos started really well and was impressing before Murray bowled an absolute perler to dismiss him.
As he did to Gautham as well. Yeah.
But that brought Upton and Prophet together and they steadied the ship. And then along with Nabi, Upton started to release his hands a bit. And what a fine 70, just off 54 deliveries, and so unlucky to be run out. He was coming back for the second to try to keep strike for the next over, when unfortunately his partner turned them back, and Jack Tector with an absolutely brilliant throw from the boundary rope, straight to the stumps, and he was gone by the smallest of margins.
The bowling figures, all very impressive, all less than 6s. Not often you see that. Bolton going for just 28 off his 7. The skipper picking up 3 wickets in a really brilliant spell. 8 overs, 3 for 26. Excellent bowling. Mark Berry going for just 41. Dan Murray bowled very well. 7 overs, 3 for 40. And Gavin Hoey, 7 overs, 2 for 35. So all bowlers will be happy with their day's work.
Yeah,
as I said, none of them going in excess of 6s, which is
always
really good.
Yeah. And here is the batting card for Pembroke. Tector departing in the first over after hitting a boundary. He just went back to one that maybe wasn't there, but he just got a slight inside edge onto the stumps. That brought McDonald and Gart together, who rebuilt the innings. Gart with a fine 26, a watchful 26. McDonald with a more expanded 35 from 33 with one of the biggest 6s of the day. And when they both departed within 1 over of each other, and Tector and Hoey came together, and with the match-winning partnership.
Yeah, I thought the 2 lads were brilliant. For me, I think it was just their running between the wickets was the difference.
And punishing where the ball deserved to be punishing, but always with a single on offer.
Here's the Cork County bowling card. Safi opened up with 3 overs, 1 for 16. Nabi 6 overs, 0 for 39. I thought O'Sullivan was excellent, bowled really well today. 2 for 37 off his 7. Andriantos 0 for 9 off his 2 overs. Dear McCerry, excellent. Bowled a lot better than his figures show, and his figures are very good as they are, but I thought he was, for me, the standout bowler.
And Cam was very good there, coming on a 6th bowler with just 11 off his 3 overs. Again, nobody with terrible run rates. I know there you could point to Profit, but that was at the end when the game was pretty much done, and he's coming on a 7 bowler. So again, it was just not enough runs on the board for them to defend today. You can see the difference in the Manhattan. Pembroke with a more consistent across the board run rate. Obviously some of the bigger moments belong to Cork, but it was the consistency and the losing of wickets that cost them today at the wrong time. And the worm again, Pembroke's is just that more consistent. And of course only losing the 3 wickets.
You just felt Pembroke were sort of always in control. Maybe when they lost those 2 wickets, when MacDonald and Garth,
there was a wobble.
But that was steadied very quickly. The match summary, as you can see there, the standout batter for County, Upton, Brian Upton, with an excellent 70 off a mere 54 deliveries. And for Pembroke, Hoey, MacDonald and Tector all doing very well. And I thought JJ Garth batted very well as well. And so it was a comfortable win in the end, you'd have to say, for Pembroke. Pembroke winning by 7 wickets on Duckworth Lewis.
They expected, or would expect, to have won the game at the start of the day. They were very professional in how they went about their business. Good fielding, good bowling. The batting strong from everyone who got a bat. Everyone got a start, just apart from Tim Tector. So all you can say is job done. Points in the bag.
I think skipper Paul Lawson and his troops will have every reason to enjoy their drink this evening. It was a very slick professional display, exactly what they would have been looking for coming into today. My commiserations to Cork County, who I think were an awful lot better than the actual scorecard suggests.
You always feel the luck doesn't go their way.
Well, I think today you can say that, and you can say that with justification. But that's the match summary. We thank you very much for your company today. I think we will be with you again this coming Thursday.
With Pembroke Women Ones versus the Hills. 6:15 start. So that's that. No more cricket until at home till Thursday.
But from Graham, James, Craig, myself, we thank you very much indeed. We thank Niall and Amanda, and for all who were responsible for this splendid production. Until the next time, it's a very good evening.
Good evening. Thank you.